the same boat or ship, so we cannot send them in the same ship, so they may be needing different types of protection. So what we are developing is this. So in terms of principles, this is what I would like to say. Of course, we need to provide practical guidance. This is the duty of our committee. So in terms of burden or responsibility sharing, how can we do this concretely? So this is what I wanted to mention. Thank you very much, Ms. Diallo. We need to accept that, yes, regardless of color, religion, sorry, yes, according to their colors or religion, yes, migrants can be exposed to different treatments. Thank you very much for your contribution. Now I would like to continue with the second question of the session. Mr. Ayat, according to you, what are the prominent barriers for migrants? And to you, countries, to include them to their national systems, what they can do?
That they made, it was really quite powerful, and there were some overlaps, so if anything, I'm mindful of time, I'll reduce my intervention slightly, since many of the points were already mentioned. Maybe I'll start by emphasizing this, and I think it's quite obvious, but to say that the first expression of responsibility sharing, or the most fundamental expression of responsibility sharing, is ensuring access to asylum. And I oftentimes, this concept of asylum has a tendency to be perhaps misinterpreted. It's quite a legal term, which is probably why UNHCR, as part of its World Refugee Day, really framed it under this framework of access to safety. And I think that really reflects, these are people that have been forcibly uprooted and are in search of safety. And no doubt, and really to emphasize again, that hosting refugees really does require a certain level of courage, political will, foresight, moral leadership. No one is trying to suggest that hosting refugees, providing access to asylum is in any way an easy process. But there are mechanisms in place to help facilitate and help advance this fundamental human right. And to say that there is a collective responsibility amongst us all to ensure that the forcibly displaced can have access to these types of mechanisms to be able to seek asylum. There are several challenges. I'll keep my intervention to a couple of challenges and then provide a few potential ways forward. One point that's been mentioned, it was mentioned on several occasions yesterday. It's quite a topic that's a bit high profile at the moment, but to really emphasize and to stress that exporting responsibility for asylum goes contrary to the most fundamental principles of international law. And this is both for those that have signed the 1951 Convention, as well as those that have not signed the 1951 Convention. And the right to claim asylum is universal, irrespective, and it's never dependent on where one flees to or from. And what this means in real terms is, of course, keeping borders open, but also establishing and reinforcing mechanisms for the purposes of asylum. And there are mechanisms in place in relation to the Global Compact on Refugees. Some of you may recall the establishment of something called the Asylum Capacity Support Group. This was launched around the Global Refugee Forum, and it was created as a mechanism for states to support one another by way of what we refer to as matching. So a state that has a fairly sophisticated asylum system would work with another state that requires support and some form of reinforcement, and they would work together to try to kind of reinforce the asylum capacity in the full spirit of responsibility sharing. And this is one mechanism that exists, and if it is of interest to any of the states in the room, I'm happy to provide additional information. The second challenge, and this was a challenge that was mentioned by Ms. Emenuglu, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, but it really comes around the concept of solutions and the fact that there is a significant dearth when it comes to the provision, the identification, the delivery of durable and sustainable long-term solutions, especially in light of the fact that new refugee situations are emerging, existing crises are reigniting. The statistics also speak for themselves. My fellow panelists refer to resettlement in the context of Turkey, but from the global context, the numbers are really quite limited. In terms of those that have actually had access to asylum, to resettlement, last year was only 4%. Of those that needed resettlement, only 4% had access or had seats provided for the purposes of resettlement. This goes without saying that burden responsibility sharing, the infrastructure needs to be driven and held up very much by a demonstration of solutions in the form of resettlement, complementary pathways, and other forms, of course. So to overcome, there are 4 fundamental points, and I'm happy to elaborate further perhaps later on, but there are 4 fundamental points that are really quite essential for the provision of asylum and to ensure that this concept of responsibility sharing is maintained. The first one, it really is framed around peace and redoubling efforts to resolving existing conflicts. The second is around addressing root causes to mitigate the risks and of future conflicts, and this really falls under the frame of what's referred to the humanitarian development and peace nexus. There is, of course, this strong responsibility, and this was mentioned, of course, by the Deputy Speaker from Jordan, around supporting refugee self-reliance, so affording refugees and displaced persons the opportunities to live in safety, to live in dignity, to be able to thrive and survive. And of course, what is essentially required, and this meeting is indicative of this, is a truly whole-of-society approach, that while maybe the crux or maybe the much of the responsibility falls on states, this truly is a whole-of-society approach, and parliaments play a particular role, NGOs, refugee groups, etc. And of course, before I close, and I'll close in 30 seconds, but to say, when in the context of asylum, the picture is not completely bleak, and it is important to call positive momentum when you see positive momentum occurring. One statistic worth mentioning is that the access to asylum has improved by the end of 2021. Asylum seekers, by the end of last year, were able to access 121 countries compared to 108 the year before, 84 the year before that. Of course, this was in the context of COVID, but to say it's important to call a spade when there are positive developments, it's important for us to kind of highlight them as well. There are gaps, there are possibilities. I reaffirm the value of looking into the Asylum Capacity Support Group as one mechanism to reinforce asylum. And maybe in closing, just to emphasize, and again, I don't want to always circle back to Ukraine, but Ukraine really reaffirms the fact that burden responsibility sharing, the concept of asylum, of the principle of access to asylum can be done, political will does exist. There is a high level of compassion by states, by hosting countries, who have demonstrated this in real terms, and of course ensuring access to asylum is central to the same. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Ayad. Je reviens.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayad. Ms. Eminolo, I would like to get back to you in terms of, based on the experience of Turkey. How can we facilitate the applications of asylum seekers, and how can we facilitate their access to national asylum seeking mechanisms?
Briefly explain what is the national asylum system in Turkey and what is the interpretation of the context and terminology of asylum and refugee in Turkey, because we have a different interpretation under law when we compare with the international law. Already mentioned by other panelists, Turkey is also part of Geneva Convention and New York Protocol, but maintains geographical limitations and only applies it to refugees coming from the Council of Europe member states. After the Syria war and mass migration into the Turkish territory in 2011, Turkey first applied an open door policy, totally with a humanitarian motivation and responsibility, and then in 2013 adopted a very comprehensive legal framework for asylum, which is called Law on Foreigners and International Protection. And this law provides 4 different types of international protection status with reference to the definition of refugee in Geneva Convention. First one is refugees, those coming from the Council of Europe member states, as I already mentioned. Second, conditional refugees, persons originating from non-European states. Third, subsidiary protection for those who don't fulfill the eligibility criteria for either refugee status or conditional refugees. And for the situation of the Syrians in Turkey, there is a temporary protection regime status, especially for persons coming from Syrian Arab Republic. So Syrians fleeing from war in Syria and living in Turkey are not considered as a refugee in legal terms, but let me open a parenthesis here and take my position as an academic working in the field of human rights. Any geographical limitation and legal restriction could not change the reality that they are refugees in sociological meanings, in my understanding. So this is something that I really want to highlight. This law, when we return back to the law, this law on asylum also defines in its Article 96 the policy of migration management in Turkey, which is called social cohesion and harmonization. In Turkish, it's uyum. And what we see in this article that there is no concrete definition of the harmonization, but I think it's an advantage and it gives flexibility, especially to the local authorities, to implement their understanding on the social cohesion perception. But there's an emphasis on two-way process, mutual harmonization process, which means that there is a role, let's say, to-do list for foreigners and both for the host community to do their best to come together and to live together. And there is no emphasis on any community in the document, nor emphasize on refugees, migrants as a concept, or Syrians. It is a harmonization process for all foreigners, what the law say to us, and which is very crucial for us, that there's a special emphasis on multi-level governance and cooperation, including state institutions, municipalities, academics, universities, chambers, and national, international NGOs, and so on. And we have an also advantage that this law established a special directorate for migration management under Ministry of Interior, and recently its status changed to Presidency of Migration Management, and PMM became a crucial body and main actor of migration management process in Turkey. There are also additional documents, legal documents, like a national harmonization strategy paper on action plan, migration strategy plan, specific special work study on the strategy paper on irregular migration, which is also another challenge for Turkey as a transit country. But we will not have time to go through the details of these legal instruments, legal attempts, but it is important to note that, especially since 2013, Turkey is making an effort at national level and at local level in legal terms and in political terms for the protection of the rights of refugees in the country. So when it comes to lessons learned after 11 years of Syrians' presence in Turkey, and as a country hosting the largest number of refugees in the world, of course, there is a lot to say, but let me summarize in a couple of points. First of all, to be realistic, return of migrants and refugees to their homeland and or to another country is unlikely. So developing a strategy, policy on living togetherness, you could call it like a social cohesion for other countries and integration, multiculturalism, interculturalism. So we could have another platform to discuss which is the ideal, let's say, the living together model. But Turkey is thinking that the social cohesion is the ideal way. Okay, that's not a question for us right now. But living togetherness and social cohesion in Turkish context is a necessity rather than a preference in this context. The second lesson learned could be that after 11 years of presence of Syrians in Turkey, it is seen that the revision of the temporary protection regime is needed. Because we observe in the field that both for Syrians and for the host community, the emphasis in the system on temporariness make them feel insecure. And for those who could not see their future in a country, it is not easy and understandable for them to adapt, to integrate themselves to the society. So it is understood that there is a dilemma between social cohesion for temporary protected and temporary resident people. I mean, on the one side, there's a social cohesion process ongoing, and on the other side, the perception in the society is the temporariness. So it's not easy to clarify in that sense. The third point is that social cohesion is essential both to ensure social peace and security and achieve sustainable development goals. This is not only a burden for Turkey, but if there will be successful migration management process, including social cohesion, could be achieved, it means that there could be a capacity coming from this migrants and refugee community, and that could be also an advantage for the sustainable development goals of the country. The fourth one is that migration management issue has a very important local dimension, what we already experienced in Turkey. It's a local issue. In other words, cities, local authorities, including municipalities, especially municipalities, are frontline actors. So municipalities need to take the lead in proactively management migration. What we also see that although there are many legal and practical and political challenges for municipalities to clearly, openly, frankly support and protect the rights of refugees in their region, since the beginning of the process, both municipalities and NGOs, we could also mention NGOs as well, they are doing a great job. And now in Turkey, we could say that there's a role model cities and municipalities like Gaziantep, like Sultanbeyli, like Kilis model that implement a good, well-working local migration management and social cohesion process. And these good practice examples, I think, need to be promoted by national systems and national authorities at the international level. Because as said before, it's not the question and problematic for Turkey. Migration phenomenon is an issue, a global issue. What we now see in Ukraine also shows that kind of forced migration issue will continue, unfortunately. So I think Turkey also needs to share its experiences. But at the same time, we should say that Turkey is experiencing the biggest influx of migration, forced migration after Second World War, and the war is just on the other side of the border. So it's a learning process for the country, and it's a new challenge as well. 10 years is both long and short to discuss whether the migration management issue or social cohesion is successfully achieved in a country or not. That's the reason why I think we should also take into account this nature of the system and policies while discussing the Turkey's efforts on this issue. And again, I think no doubt that there is a great need, a huge need on international support, but in a real burden sharing meaning, what I try to say. Thank you.
Merci, Madame, pour toutes ces informations.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eminoglu, for talking about the Turkish system. So in terms of hosting refugees and migrants, thank you very much for all the information you have shared. Now, Jalal Abbasi Shavazi, what do you think? So, transit countries and destination countries, in terms of rescue efforts in the sea, what can they do?
Were made by our fellow panelists, Ziad and Nahal, and I'll be very brief on that point. The point of, or the issue of risk, I think should be identified and measured in a broader sense rather than only seeing risk, for example, at the destination place or during flight or transit. Risks are observed in home countries, and that is the reason why we are experiencing a large number of refugees and migrants and forced migration. what is happening in Afghanistan, for example, suicide bombing in mosques, in the streets, in Kabul, what is happening in Palestine, what is happening in Syria and Iraq, like the one that was mentioned yesterday, killing of Yazidis in Iraq. I think these are the sort of risks observable in home countries that need to be sort of dealt with either local or national governments or international communities to resolve the problems. Unless that we see causes, we will not be able to stop migration, we will not be able to reduce or mitigate the risks, and also the issues that are coming and following the forced migration. Of course, there are risks during the flight that I will come to it later. And also, to me, there are risks of livelihood and lives in host societies that are more important than, let's say, risks during the flight. For example, ill treatment in the society, discrimination by even school teachers or other places, in ill treatment in bus stops, bakeries, factories. These are all a significant impact on societies. We have seen or been observed there are verbal abuses, there are physical abuses to refugees in different destinations or host societies. And particularly given the fact that most of refugees are undocumented, they don't have any access to legal framework or, let's say, justice to sort of defend themselves. I mean, we've been a lot in different sort of societies. So how to mitigate risks? First, addressing, as it was mentioned by Mr. Ayad, root causes. We have to think about political instability or conflict is not the only risk that we are observing in home countries. There have been some reports that Afghans are dying of poverty. There is a documentary that one of the Afghans who fled to Iran, I was talking to him and he said, I recorded a documentary showing that many people, many women are dying of hunger. So I think this is the risk and root causes that we need to pay attention. Secondly, where are the legal framework for asylum at its position to who are in need of flying their countries? The legal system and framework is not accessible, is not affordable, and it's not easy access to those legal frameworks. Complicated, and that is why those who are in need have to go and approach smugglers and take an illegal and irregular approach that risks naturally comes with it. They have to, I was talking to some Afghan women who fled after Taliban came into power. 25 days they were climbing the mountains and coming to Iran for the sake of sort of to take a sort of safe haven. So 25 days, and there are a lot of risks, financial risks, there are dangerous places, and of course, there is a policing at the borders that neighboring countries have to safeguard their borders. And at that situation, you cannot say, okay, this is the form, you can complete it, but if there are 18 people in a car coming, there is a crash, there is a danger, there is a sort of a stopping at the borders. Risks are sort of coming with it. Then registration in the home community, in the host communities, I think is not taking place easily. And it's natural. I mean, when you have 2 million or 1 million crossing the borders, for example, coming to Turkey, coming to Pakistan, coming to Iran, how can it be registered immediately? So it takes time, and governments have different policies that they don't want or they cannot register it easily. At the same time, migrants do not trust the governments to come forward because they don't have documents. They cannot come, or they do not come forward to, let's say, take a risk of being registered and sometimes being deported. That leads to many people who are undocumented. And when people are undocumented, there is a fear of approaching even governments or government offices, municipalities, health offices, education centers to get services. So lack of documentation leads to some anxiety among those who are undocumented. And two last points. Because there are a large number of undocumented migration, usually there are xenophobia in different societies. And there should be combating, I think, against xenophobia. Fortunately, these host countries have come and accepted migrants. They are helpful. Their mentality has changed. They understand the situation of countries of origin. But at the same time, you know, there are righteous people, there are ill-informed people who sometimes have a different or negative attitudes towards migrants, that I think public information and positive information to people also reduce the risk. And finally, we should think about managing migration rather than policing migration. What we observe in many countries, as I said, academics are left behind, NGOs are left behind, local governments are left behind, people are left behind, and that is why inclusion does not take place easily, and that leads to isolation of migrants who are at risk in the destination or host societies. Thank you.
Merci, professeur. Madame Diallo, très rapidement, je me retourne vers vous.
Thank you very much, dear professor. Ms. Diallo, let me get back to you very fast. I have asked you a question before regarding to the migrants under different conditions, but let me hear your concrete opinions regarding to the help extended by the states to those people who are fragile, with concrete examples if possible. If I have to give examples, I believe we have to listen to many examples for 2 days. The Turkish example, all the efforts shown by Turkey and the efforts shown by Jordan has been mentioned today. And the Colombian example that we have witnessed in 2019 is an example that I would like to mention. So they have legalized the situation of the mass migration from Venezuela. In 2019, our committee has extended its recommendations to Colombia. And taken into consideration the situation and the status of the migrant workers and their children, when their parents are not residing in Colombia, we have stated that those children might be stateless, and we have urged the Colombian government to take action in that regard. So we stated that all those children should be registered and they should bear a name. And as per the 29th article of our agreement, we have stated that the rights of the migrants should be taken under guarantee, and we urged upon the Colombian government to take necessary measures. So the Colombian government has undertaken this decision, the children first. And as a result, the children have been given citizenship first. So within this initiative, approximately 24,000 citizens, children, I would like to correct, had the chance to receive Colombian citizenship. And in order to have access to social services, those children were indeed lacking many official documents beforehand, but after receiving citizenship, those children reached to those rights. I believe this was a very good example how we can help the migrants. My second example is from Morocco. In 2014, 25,000 of those migrants and their rights have been taken under legal protection. The migrants, the illegal migrants, 85.53% of all those applicants have been responded to positively. So it is a very special example because apart from Spain and some other European countries, approximately 30,000 migrants and their legal status have been acknowledged by a third country, which is a rare situation, and we really appreciated it. A second campaign has been initiated. In 2017, we have initiated the campaign of legalizing the status of the migrants, and 5,000 migrant workers were illegally working in that country, and in order to legalize their status and in order to issue them the residence permit and the work permit, we have initiated a second campaign, and as a result of this campaign, the aforesaid migrants had the right to reach the social services. So another very important step that we have taken between 2014 and 17 was the legalization of the women applicants. So the Colombian examples and the Moroccan examples are good examples which we might cite, especially those are the successful examples for the legalization of the illegal migrants. Thank you very much, Ms. Diallo. We would like to thank Turkey. We also would like to extend our appreciation to Turkey, Jordan, and Colombia. So without further ado, we would like to yield the floor to our participants. Unfortunately, we have very limited time. We will not have the chance to extend the microphone to everyone here, so I will give the floor to 5 people, and then if we have more time, then we can give the floor to other participants. But for our participants who may not be able to receive the floor, I would like to apologize from them in advance. Maybe you can extend your question in written later. Jessica Castillo from Ecuador will take the floor first.
Good morning to all the participants. I have to say that Ecuador is a country which is in the middle of the world. It's in South America. So we are both in the North and South Hemisphere. We have a border in the north with Colombia and the south with Peru and the Pacific Ocean. It's divided into 4 regions in which we can find 24 provinces. Ecuador is a country of hard-working people. They are representatives of the parliaments of the countries united today here. We are here because we want to share our points of view regarding the migration and refugee issues, and we want to implement the new rules in our countries. My name is Jessica Castillo. I represent Pichincha, Ecuador, and I am the Vice President of the International Relationships Commission and Human Mobility and the representative of the National Assembly of Ecuador. I want to share my point of view regarding what's happening in my country right now. My country has sent migrants and has received them too. Historically, Ecuador has been focusing on a structure, an economic structure basically related to agriculture with coffee, bananas, and during the 70s it became a nation focusing on the mining industry too. And it happened during the oil boom that happened in the developed countries during the 70s. The production reality of Ecuador has changed in the last year. We've had different economic cycles. We've had very high oil expansion, and later we also focused on the growth of the country. One of the most important growth times happened during the 1998 to 1999 and the beginning of the 2000s, and we saw a crisis at the same time because we started using US dollars, and we saw a crisis for the normal people. Why so many Ecuadorian people decided to migrate to other countries? We can find the main reasons. Please try to make a summary. We have seen a clear economic crisis in the country for decades. Right now, Ecuador is a migration country. Nevertheless, right now, we see that our country is a country full of Venezuelan migrants. They came to Ecuador running away from Venezuela. According to the last report, there is a big chunk of Venezuelans who want to finish in Ecuador. We also see that they arrive to countries like Ecuador and Chile. Since we use US dollars, it's easier for them to send dollars back home. The Venezuelans living in Ecuador, they are illegal workers. They have no residency permits or visas. They normally work in sectors in which they cannot get the minimum salary of the country, $425, and this is due to the lack of infrastructure and the lack of policies, and also the lack of employment for the locals. 70% of Venezuelans suffer some kind of discrimination, and they don't have an insurance. So, dear colleagues, as representatives of the Parliament, we need to support the Ecuadorians both abroad and at home. Thank you very much.
Merci, chers collègues. S'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much, my dear colleague. Once again, I would like to request kindly from our participants, please abide by your time because we are at the end of our session. Without further ado, I'd like to yield the floor to Mr. Ahmed from Morocco. Is he with us? I guess he is not present in the room. He is with us.
I would like to thank the Turkish Parliament for hosting this very important meeting, as well for the organization. The moderator, my country is Morocco. After His Highness speech in November 2013, where he called for the government to crystallize new policies in relation to migration and refugees through the lenses of the humanitarian rights, where we take into consideration the international treaties and agreements. And as a result, we have conducted a number of steps and measures which my colleagues had mentioned. The IUP have chosen the right place and the right topic. Turkey is the place, the country, our brother country, which has suffered from the consequences of migration, who alone was taking this burden with very little help. They have about 5 million refugees in the country. Now, in regard to refugees, this is the topic which is the topic everyone is worried about and the migration usually is because of war conflicts, and we have over 61 wars or conflicts on the international arena, after of which we have now Russia and Ukrainian war, which had led millions of children, women to be displaced within the EU. And it's very possible that the conflicts are going to be even larger in the future around water, about food, about also agricultural, because of the climate change. Now, those large numbers which we expect of refugees are going to be received by the neighboring developing countries. As one of the colleagues had said, 85% of the refugees are going into the developing countries, which don't have a lot of income, whereas the developed countries are receiving the rest. As we know, the international community had tried to find solutions to this dilemma. Nonetheless, although we had so many agreements and compacts, we failed in reaching the solutions to alleviate the suffering of the refugees. The cause of this is that we always concentrate on the symptom of refugees and refuge, and we try to address it through regional legislations or compacts and by building walls, and by this we are complicating the life of those refugees. As parliamentarians, we should have followed up the projects in this regard and to work on projecting them on the ground, especially the ones which are working on the real root causes, not the symptoms. We also needed to help the countries which are under climate change effect and to activate the green and the blue boxes where the funds which the international community had pledged to support the developing countries. And until this moment, the international community, the big countries, are still affecting and benefiting from the riches of the developing countries. We shall incriminate the hate speech, which is used by the extremists in the Western countries. To be very quick, for us as parliamentarians, we, in cooperation with IPU, have hosted the Refugee International Conference about the Compact of Migration. Nonetheless, regardless of all the efforts, the millions of refugees are still suffering around the world. When you look at all of you, when you look at the photos next to us, we feel that we are ashamed that because we are representing the people. Nonetheless, we could not push our governments towards being positively dealing with the refugee issue and moving towards actions instead of words.
Yes, right now I'd like to yield the floor to Jordanian parliamentarian.
In the name of God, peace be upon you. I feel happy that I share with my colleagues in the speech in this very important humanitarian conference. We'd like to thank the Parliament of Turkey, the government of Turkey, for working on such an important topic, which is one of the most important topics at this moment. We in Jordan, as we all know, we have border lines with Iraq, Syria, Palestine, and all of you know the crisis which we have been suffering from in the Arab region. Jordan did not close the door in front of any migrant from any country, especially that we have the largest that influx of refugees because of what happened in Iraq and Syria. The number of refugees is over 1 million. Some of them have returned, some of them stayed in the country. We still have 700,000 Syrian refugees, most of which are young men and women, as well as children. Here you are talking about people who have arrived at the age of 1. Now they are 14 or 15. These people need special care in regard to the health side and the education side, to be able to integrate them in the society. Otherwise, they would be attracted to terrorism and to the wrong ways. That's why we are pressurized in our country. In our country, we already suffer from the water shortages, and we are buying the water from other countries. We are always proud of this role, humanitarian role. Nonetheless, at the same time, we are ourselves suffering from food shortages, especially after Corona. And with our political decision and administrative decisions, we have integrated 62,000 Syrian refugees in the labor market, especially in the fields of agriculture and also buildings and infrastructures as well. We could help them with the health care. We have benefited from their expertise in the health care sector, but our country already suffers from unemployment. And especially in Jordan, the percentage of unemployment amongst the youth is over 50%. So now we have an extra burden. New refugees, as you all know. The Palestinian refugees have been in our country over the 70 last years, since the 47, since the 67. You know, all those crises which have led to those influxes. This is our duty to receive those people. Nonetheless, we need you to help us support this group so that those people don't turn to be a burden to the whole world at one day. We want also security measures because you are talking about 760,000 people in one governorate. The local administration does not have enough services. We don't have the ability to cover the waste management and the other services. We cannot provide those for those people. Those governorates need to be supported. We already have been suffering from the economic crisis. What had add her to injury is the Ukrainian war, and that's why we really need your real support in this regard. Thank you very much.
Merci, honorable. La parole est à...
Thank you very much. Okay, I also would like to yield the floor to you just for 1 minute.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God. Aisha Muhammad Mullah from the United Arab Emirates, a member of the Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, with having increasing conflict, political crisis, economic challenges, social, environmental, those have increased the numbers of refugees and migrants. We stress here that the United Arab Emirates is supporting those issues of refugees, and we want to achieve stability, and that's why we have adopted a strategy of cooperation in our relationships with all the other countries. The number of countries which have benefited from the aid in regard to development and the humanitarian programs are 178 countries around the world, and the Emirati help is amongst 3 classifications: development, humanitarian, and charity. The help of development was 78.7% of the external aid provided, because the development help or aid is treating the root causes of refuge. United Arab Emirates. In 2003, have created the International City of the Humanitarian Aid as a hub where we have offices of all the UN agencies and non-governmental agencies. This city's role is to facilitate the international aid using our capabilities in regard to transportation and logistics, so that we can help the local and international organizations of providing aid and to the victims in a timely manner. Because of our strategic place, we can reach over 2/3 of the people by air through 3 hours and even less. And we have conducted a development project as well as humanitarian aid, which takes care of the education and health and support to the refugees. Thank you very much for listening.
Merci.
Thank you very much. So I would like to yield the floor to Morocco. Ahmed, I would like to apologize. He has taken the floor already. I would like to yield the floor to Iran, Islamic Republic of Iran. I would like to yield the floor to them.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I would like to thank the Parliament of Turkey for hosting this conference of immigration. Iran hosts around 5 million migrated people from Afghanistan, and not only we do not receive proper international supports, but also too many sanctions imposed on the people of my country. In this hard situation, which we generously host 5 million migrants, we shouldn't be left alone. Otherwise, the migrated people will displace to other countries. And obviously, there would be some consequences for other countries. Iran's experience with regard to refugees and immigrants dates back to the prior of the United Nations drafting of the 1951 Refugee Convention. Iran has so far received a large number of refugees and immigrants, especially from Afghanistan. Access to Iran's new health system and free medical treatment of refugees and migrants, the right to enjoy a settled abode and relevant facilities, and the right to education can be considered as some of the most significant measures in our country regarding the migration law. Undoubtedly, the recent escalation of US sanctions, known as maximum pressure policy, on the lives of Iranian citizens has affected the process of hosting refugees and migrants in my country, and UNHCR has always been suffering from the lack of funding to implement its supportive role in Iran as well. We believe that international cooperation plays an important and fundamental role in global migration and refugee regime, which has been neglected and overlooked in international relations. Hence, there is a need to push substantial efforts among some countries to exercise joint and fair responsibility when it comes to migrants and refugees. Doubtlessly, to effectively manage the problems of migrants and refugees at international level and to address the security challenges, we need to ensure effective cooperation at the international community level. Fair distribution of refugee protection facilities around the world, given the political and international characteristics of the phenomenon of refugees and cross-border migration, will ultimately affect the international community, requiring a vision that takes into account the broader collective interest at international level. With respect to Afghanistan in particular, a universal regime for international cooperation in support of refugees needs to be established by UN bodies, and this regime must support countries such as Iran, who are receiving most pressure when it comes to protecting the rights of refugees. Needless to say, policy making in the area of forced refugees and migration requires a precise and comprehensive resolution. Adopting necessary policy and programs on this cross-border phenomenon craves for the participation of stakeholders and officials of the origin, transit, and destination countries, governments, NGOs, international bodies inside the countries, as well as the common border areas. Thank you for your attention.
Merci. Et le dernier.
Very much. And the last contribution from Qatar. Valuable representative of Qatar.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, the representatives of the Parliament, peace be upon you, His blessings and mercies. It's my pleasure on my behalf and on behalf of the Parliament of Qatar, the Shura Council, to extend all the greetings and the gratitude for this conference. At the beginning, I would like to stress the importance of this conference, which talks about one of the most important challenges which are increasing day by day and which are becoming more problematic with the increase of wars around the world. According to his vision, Sheikh Tamim Hamad bin Thani, our role in the Parliament, in the Council, is also complementing the role of the NGOs and the charities we have. We have convoys of supporting refugees around the world, and this is in cooperation with the UNHCR, which is part of the UN. And through the support of the UNRWA as well, today we see less and less support for them. And Qatar had been supporting endlessly a number of countries under the COVID pandemic. We have also used our air convoys to deliver aid to people, medical aid. In Qatar, we believe that the best solution to solve this issue and to alleviate our suffering is through working on the root causes, as His Highness, may Allah protect him, had always called in front of the General Assembly of the UN more than one time and in the international arena, through providing employment to the youth, like the Silatak initiative we have, and the support of the refugee funds, which have been created by Qatar in 2019 to facilitate the refugees coming back. And the importance of the strategic partnership with the UN. Qatar hosts the mission of the UN for migration, as well as another office for the International Labour Organization, which works on the migrant laborers, in addition to a number of other representational offices of the UN agencies. In 2019 as well, 58 countries around the world have benefited from the aid of Qatar, which had reached $577 million. Qatar is still going on that road to alleviate the suffering of hundreds of thousands around the world. Qatar for Charity was working on behalf of Qatar country and funded with over $500 million, and the aid was development and relief, and was on the level on the sector of education, health, as well as climate change and economic empowerment. Within the role of Sheikh Hamouza bint Nasser, Her Highness, the head of the education is above for everyone. And through Teach a Child, this charity had worked in a number of developing and poor countries, and we worked in over 55 countries, and this is to achieve the 4th SDG, and to provide education, good education for the students who are deprived of this. We have provided over 18 million students with education, and this is over through 88 projects with a budget which is about $2 million American dollars, billion dollars. At the end, I would like to thank the organizers of this very important conference. Peace be upon you, His blessings and mercies.
Thank you very much. Dear colleague, very rapidly, I would like to give the floor to the host country, Turkey. Distinguished parliamentarians and dear panelists, first of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to IPU and Grand National Assembly of Turkey for organizing this meaningful meeting. So for 2 days, we have listened to many parliamentarians and experts in terms of solving the problems of migrants and refugees and improving the situation for them. But indeed, what we need to talk about is, indeed, people are forced to leave their homes and their friends and their houses. So the root causes of this, wars, challenging access to food, water, wars. So we should have questioned the causes of this. Starting with UN, many international organizations, why don't they have any sanctionary power? So we need to question this. So in Turkey, our esteemed President Recep Tayyip Erdogan questions this with a statement, "The world is bigger than five." So as the elected people of this people, we should have had this on our agenda. As Turkey, we are hosting the biggest number of refugees in the world. And for us, refugee means people drowning in the cold waters of Aegean and falling ashore, washing ashore to our coasts. So refugees, when seeking for a safe haven, they are getting drowned in the cold waters like baby island. So for not seeing such scenes, we need to do our best, and we are hosting 4.5 million refugees in our country at the moment. And we do have one of the best migration policies in the world, we think. And in the world, there are 89.3 million displaced people. Half of these people are children. And European Council of Europe Migration Committee member colleague says that in Europe 10,000 child migrants are lost, and every day ten thousands of migrant kids are taken from their families and are abused for prostitution, organ mafia, and they are exposed to situations which aren't appropriate for them. So children's future are being stolen. And refugees coming from Africa, Asia, after becoming a refugee in Europe, they are also exposed and discriminated because of xenophobia-like discourses. And West is accepting the blue-eyed and light-haired people of Ukraine, but the ones coming from Africa with their dark skins are being got off the trains, but they are not condemned for this reason. So the West should leave these double standards. And lastly, I would like to say that the first human being is Adam, and he was a refugee who came down to earth from heaven, and we are all children of Adam. I would like to greet you all once again. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleague. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, I would like to apologize to the ones whom I couldn't give the floor, and also the panelists who cannot answer your questions at the moment. But if you would like to have some comments for your questions, you can convey your questions or messages in writing. IPU Secretariat will respond you. So we have come to the end of this session. Yes, despite some developments, we do still have challenges to tackle with. And in realistic terms, very limited measures are taken at the national level, Turkey-like, or regarding. So Turkey, for example, is one of the countries undersigning this compact. So for that reason, states should fulfill their commitments. So this is what we do call for. And we would like to thank the experts for sharing your expertise. And dear participants, thank you very much for your comments, and have a good day. 5 minutes, we will have a 5-minute break, and then we will proceed with session 5. So just 5 minutes later, we'll be back here for session 5.
Fatih Bey, tamam, mikrofon açık. May I ask our guests to be seated? We will start in a little bit. And we will all invite all our guests who are outside to come inside, please. Dışarıdaki misafirlerimizi davet ediyoruz. Ayaktaki misafirlerimiz.
I invite all our guests to take their seats.
Çok kıymetli.
Distinguished guests, distinguished speakers of the parliaments, esteemed parliamentarians, we start our session. The title of this session is Experience of Turkey as the country hosting the highest number of displaced persons in the world. Well, in order not to confuse this session with the last session of today, I would like to make it clear once again that normally this session was going to be the last session according to the provisional program. We have very valuable speakers in this session, and I will be inviting İsmail Çataklı, who will be the main speaker, keynote speaker of this session. Mr. Çataklı has many duties. We know him very well, but our guests who would like to learn more about him, they can read their biography, but he will deliver us certain information about the activities of the Ministry of Interior Affairs. I am certain that he will touch upon many documents, including but not limited to the official documents, the migration strategy paper of Turkey and the national action plan of Turkey regarding to migration will be the issues that he will touch upon. Our second speaker will be Saadettin Akyıl from the DG of International Labor, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and he will deliver information from his department, what kind of regulations are enacted. He will talk about those matters and even more. And on my right-hand side, Ibrahim Altan, dear professor, will be with us. And he is also the Director General, the General Manager of Turkish Red Crescent, but at the same time, he is the member of the Board of Presidential Social Policy. So he will share his experience in Turkish Red Crescent, and he will enlighten us with the activities they carry out regarding to the protection of humanitarian aid. And from the Gaziantep province, Mr. will be sharing with us the works carried out by Gaziantep city, and we will listen the model of Gaziantep from him. And on the other end of this rostrum, we have Mr. Hüseyin Oruç, and he will share his experience as the Vice President of the Humanitarian Relief Foundation. And in Humanitarian Relief Foundation is a professional organization in the field of international humanitarian aid, and at the same time, from time to time, Humanitarian Relief Foundation are going to the sites of conflict where the states have difficulties reaching out to. We have time limitation, we have very valuable speakers, and hopefully I will have a chance to hear from our audience. Before inviting Mr. Çataklı, we have done many advertisements today, Mr. Minister, but before inviting Mr. Çataklı, I would like to state that we will have 2 rounds. I will give the floor to our panelists 2 rounds. So each round, I kindly ask from our panelists to speak not more than 5 minutes in order to be punctual. We will start right away, but We also have many representatives who asked for the floor in the previous session but couldn't take it, so we will do our best to give them the floor. Mr. Çataklı, let's continue with you. Mr. Çataklı. Esteemed Minister, we will give you 10 minutes, but I am certain that you will finish in less than 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Distinguished moderator, distinguished parliamentarians, and esteemed guests, I would like to greet you all with respect. Welcome. We discuss a very important topic. Well, you are at the right address to discuss this topic because you are in Istanbul. There is a palace, Topkapı Palace in Istanbul. It was the administrative center of the Ottoman Empire, and at the gate of Topkapı Palace, it is stated that it is the shelter for all the oppressed. So this sentence is much more meaningful these days. I mean, even if I read this sentence stating that Topkapı Palace is the shelter of all the oppressed ones, it would be more than enough, because what we are discussing can indeed be summarized to that sentence. So first of all, I do think that there is a problem of perception regarding to migration, because starting with the Western countries, many countries think that migration is limited to certain geographies and certain times. This is the general understanding about the migration in the Western world. But is this reflecting the reality? I do not think so. The previous speaker stated that we are all sons and daughters of Adam. And the previous speaker stated that the Adam himself was a refugee from heaven. But we came to this world with birth, with a migration from the wombs of our mother, and we live in this world, and then after we die, we migrate to the eternal life. That's why we do believe that we cannot tackle this problem very easily, because the history is shaped by the migrations. Think about the American continent. Think about the Australia. So if we assess the last 400 or 500 years of those continents, we will see migration. The Europe, after the migration of many civilizations, is formed. When there is war, people migrated. Due to political reasons, people migrated again. And there were such times that the developments unfolding within 1 or 2 days brought along consequences which would last hundreds of years. Our prophet, Hazrat Muhammad, migrated. Ibrahim migrated as well. Jewish people from Spain migrated to Ottoman Empire as well. So if we held this summit, for example, this conference last year, most probably we would be discussing only the Afghans and the Syrians. But right now we also discuss the migration arising out of Ukraine, and the number of the migrants already reached out to 6 million. So what we should do in that sense, we should have the right perspective and right approach to this problem, which existed throughout the history. But do developed countries have the right approach? Absolutely not, because the approach of the developed countries and their perspective for the migration leads to bigger problems. They are using the mentality of the medieval ages. If you remember, during the medieval ages, there were fortresses. So the wealthy ones were living inside of the fortresses, but the poor people were living outside of those fortresses. And the people living inside of the wealthy ones living inside of the fortresses did nothing in order to ease the lives of those poor people living outside of those fortresses. So right now the situation is not different. We see that big walls are trying to be constructed. So the European countries are constructing those walls, and they think that by protecting their doors and their gates, they will be able to solve those problems. But due to the problems which they caused, especially in the field of energy security, we see that they are not taking any responsibilities. They are not undertaking any responsibilities whatsoever. That's why those problems are increasing exponentially. So we can use the analogy of a flood if we want to tackle the issue of migration. If you try to stop the flood by constructing a wall, eventually that water will demolish that wall and the problem will be even bigger. That is how the migration is. So we are not tackling the root cause of the problem, and we see that no one is showing any endeavor or any effort whatsoever to tackle the root cause. We know that the population of the continental Europe is decreasing and the population of Asia and Africa is increasing quite remarkably. So the Europe should really think about those realities. So what do we say as the Republic of Turkey? First of all, we should focus on the root cause of the problem and we should seek solutions to the root problems and root causes. There were such moments when the Western countries tried to impose the democracy and the human rights to those countries, but they were acting like elephants in a glass warehouse and they demolished everything. But later on, I mean, those countries even started looking out for leaders like Saddam. So those countries, in the disguise of bringing democracies to those countries, actually destroyed everything. So first of all, we should really find out the root cause of those problems, and then we should fight for finding solutions. And one of the four pillars of the Turkish approach to those migration problem is to tackle the root causes first and foremost. And you can do this by making use of diplomacy. Is it enough? Of course not. You should also extend humanitarian aid to those problematic geographies. Only in 2014, we have sent 10 different truck and lorries which carry the humanitarian aid. 460 tons of humanitarian aids and products have been sent via trains to Afghanistan. And we have done the same thing for the crisis in Beirut. 1,442 tons of humanitarian aid has been dispatched to Beirut. And the Ukrainian crisis erupted. And with the civil society organizations like AFAD, we have dispatched our humanitarian aid to Ukraine. After dispatching humanitarian aid, you can also support those countries for development. With the Turkish Red Crescent and with all the relevant institutions and bodies, the Republic of Turkey is showing utmost effort for the economic development of those countries. If you don't do all of those things, then the migrants will take to the streets and knock on your borders. So right now, whenever there is a mass migration, an influx of migration, we see the scale of those problems. If you watch the news in Turkey, you will see that every 2 news out of 3 will be about the conflicts in our neighboring countries. And since this geography is so problematic, then you have to fight intensely to tackle those problems. Due to the Syrian crisis, right now we have approximately 3.6 million Syrians under temporary protection. Of course, we don't have refugees and migrants only from Syria, but under the international protection, there are many more migrants. 321,000 of them are applying for international protection. So in a nutshell, Turkey hosts more than 4 million migrants and refugees in our country. So after those people are coming to your country, first of all, you have to protect them and you have to provide their security, but you also have to present them a strategic roadmap. So of course, the details of our works will be explained by our colleagues later on, but let me briefly explain the situation and what is going on in Turkey. First of all, we want those people to live with a human dignity in our country. I am, of course, putting aside all those smugglers. We are fighting with them for sure. But those people who are in need of an aid, those people who have no security and safety whatsoever in their country, we have opened our doors to those people and we have treated them humanely. We didn't sink their boats just like other countries. We didn't try to incinerate those people by pouring down on them assets. We didn't bomb them, and we didn't push those people back to the cold waters of the Aegean Sea. So for 11 years, more than even 11 years, we have been hosting more than 4 million people. And as we host them, we make sure that they are reaching out to education services and healthcare services. And with the support of the civil society organizations, we are putting a lot of effort in order to meet their fundamental needs. So the number of the students in Turkey is bigger than the population of the country of Luxembourg. And when I say student, I don't mean the Turkish students, but only the Syrian students. The number of the migrants under international protection living in Turkey is either equal to many European countries. When you think about Greece or Bulgaria and their population, you will see that the number of the migrants living inside of Turkey is almost half of the population of those countries. So making sure that those migrants and refugees live under harmony and peace is not easy. Is it all what we do? Of course not. In our southern border, there is an ongoing instability. As you know, there was a mass migration from Syria. So the population of Syria was 1.6 million in the past, but right now only 8 million Syrians are living inside of the territory, which is controlled by the PKK and the regime, and 13 million people left. There are still 6 million people living in Idlib and in many of those areas where the Turkish army is carrying out cross-border operation. All of those people are coming from other regions of Syria and sought shelter in those areas. So as the Republic of Turkey, first of all, we are trying to cleanse the region from terror and creating a safe corridor so that we can prevent further mass migration, and that is what we are striving for. Approximately 6 million people are living in that area, starting with Idlib. And with the order coming directly from our president, we try to move those people from the tents into the briquette houses. We started with a target of 100,000 briquette houses. 60,000 of those briquette houses have been constructed already. Hopefully, at the end of this year, the number of briquette houses will be reaching to 100,000. So, as I said at the outset of my speech, we are trying our best to solve the problems on site, first of all. And we go one step further. As the Syrians live in our country, their integration into our country is very important. First of all, they should learn the patterns of behavior in Turkey and the Turkish legal system. We teach them the Turkish legal system so that they will have the minimum problem as they live inside of Turkey. And our main target is to make sure that without having any problems whatsoever, on a voluntary basis later on, those people can go back to their homelands. As our Excellency Mr. President stated many times in many international platforms, we have a voluntary return program for the Syrians. Up until now, 507,000 Syrians voluntarily turned back to Syria, to those regions where we have carried out the cross-border operations. With the support of the international organizations, we are aiming to make sure that at least 1 million Syrians returning back to their homeland. So we will construct the households, not only the households, but the administrative centers, and the trade centers will be constructed in those 13 regions. And detailed projects for those 3 regions have been prepared already. Hopefully the construction process will be initiated very soon. We always say that those people in line with the human dignity should go back to their homeland. And in order to make sure that this happens, we are trying to create the right atmosphere for those people to live with human dignity in those areas. As I conclude my remarks, once again, I would like to state that if we act like the Western countries, if we think about the issue of migration as only protecting our borders, just like Frontex does, just like any other institutions do, if we think that the migration problem is only about controlling our borders, in a foreseeable future, the Western and developed countries will face with greater migration problems and migrant problems. This is inevitable. You cannot escape from this problem. So that's what we request from the developed world. We ask 3 things. First, do not cause additional problems in the country of origin and support solutions in those countries. 2, treat those people humanely. Well, I guess the European values were always underlining the right to live, democracy, the rule of law. Those values are valid only for the Europeans or the people who live in Europe. So when people outside of Europe comes to your land, do you overlook on those principles? 3, burden sharing. You can't just say to those countries and we appreciate what you do, because at the end of the day, those problems are caused by you. So undertake responsibilities and share the burden so that people can live in peace. We don't say open your borders to host those people. Do not cause any problems and try solving those problems. Thank you very much.
Sayın Bakan Yardımcım, çok teşekkür.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Minister. Very comprehensively, you have shared with us the Turkish example and Turkish experience. Thank you so much for your words. I would like to continue with the invited speakers. Let's start with Saadettin Akyol. Well, Director General, our Syrian brothers and sisters who live inside of Turkey under the temporary protection most probably will be the basis of your speech, but right now we have approximately more than 4 million Syrians living in Turkey. In terms of their integration to the labor force, what is being done in Turkey? Which new laws have been enacted so far? Let's start with this, and please obey to 5 minutes of time limitation. Thank you very much. Distinguished moderator and distinguished participants and guests, on behalf of my ministry, I would like to greet you all with respect. The issue of migration is discussed for the last decade, but as we said in every platform and everywhere, our ministry is quite experienced when it comes to the issue of migration. At the outset of your speech, you have mentioned certain regulations enabling the migrants to reach the labor market. From the outset of the 2000s, we have adopted many regulations, taken into consideration the needs. So if you allow me, I would like to start before the Syrian crisis, because the labor market has a long history and has a long future awaiting in front of it. So, as we have stated, our country is facing with the problems of migration and the migrant workers, and Turkey in that regard is very important. After the Second World War, after the 1950s, our country, starting with Europe, from Arabic Peninsula, has been used as the transit point for the labor migration. And all of those labor migration has brought along certain problems regarding to the protection of the rights of those workers. As of 1950s, our ministry, in order to advocate the rights of our migrants in the countries that they have migrated to, in order to understand their problems, up until now, we have shown utmost effort. As a result, we have gained a huge level of experience, and at the outset of 2000s, we have issued the relevant legislation because, as you know, after 2000s, the Republic of Turkey developed so much. In the past, we were the country of origin when it comes to migration, and during the 90s, we were the transit country for the migration. So, as a result, the number of migrant workers in Turkey increased remarkably. That's why in 2003, we have enacted a law. So we have enacted this law number 4817. It is the law on work permits of the foreigners. So this law designed the ways how the foreigners present in Turkey can reach out to labor markets, but at the same time, the rights of those foreigners have been designed within the framework of this article and this law. So in 2003, we have enacted our legislation which covered the rights of those aforesaid foreigners. But of course, there have been many amendments until 2011 in the aforesaid legislation. Not only the Syrian crisis that erupted in 2011, but within this decade, the Republic of Turkey progressed remarkably economically, and both the foreign capital flew to Turkey, and Turkey has become a center of appeal for the foreign workers. So we were in need of secondary legislation. Between 2003 and 2010, as it is known by everyone, the Syrian crisis erupted and broke out. In 2013, the law on the international protection number 6458 has been enacted, and as a result, DG on migration was founded, and this was the first organizational structure for regulating the migration inside of Turkey. In terms of the labor force market, thanks to the economic development in Turkey and thanks to the qualified labor force choosing Turkey, we have enacted the law on the labor force of the foreigners, and this law has been comprised of 3 chapters. The first one is to attract the qualified labor force to the sectors that we are in need of. This is very important because sometimes people have confusion about the migration, because countries like Turkey is always facing with problems. But when we say the migration due to economic reasons and the labor market, it is a totally different subject. That's why in 2016, the relevant legislation has been enacted. And first, we wanted to attract the qualified labor force and the capital into Turkey. Second, there was a chapter for the foreigners who would like to settle and work inside of Turkey. So the second chapter covered the issues regarding to the procedures, how those foreigners can settle and work inside of Turkey. And the third chapter was about the forced migration and the work permits of the migrants who were forced to leave their countries. So we can continue with the third part. I know that I interrupt you in the most exciting moment, but if you like, I can take the floor in the second round to go into details. Thank you so much, Ibrahim Altan. So let's hear out from you right now, because when we say Turkish Red Crescent, first of all, Turkish Red Crescent is a great organization, but Turkish Red Crescent is articulated all around the world, and Turkish Red Crescent most probably is known by our foreigners, but there might be some people who do not know about it. Turkish Red Crescent is also working for the blood donation, so Turkish Red Crescent is an organization who supports the lives of many people.
Distinguished guests, Madam Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to convey my greetings to all of you. Migration. So we do handle migration as an outcome, as a result. So problems emerge in countries as a result of this. Humanitarian assistance sector should serve human beings, should stop the sufferings of people, should make people get rid of their problems. So regarding migration, we do this. And we were established in 1868. But since 1878, since the Ottoman-Russian War, because of the wars happening in our geography, we are facing the problems caused by migration. And the accommodation, food, and the other needs of migrations. To meet these needs, we are striving. And we do have an age difference with IPU. We are a little bit older as Turkish Red Crescent, so we have started before IPU. So the members of parliament here hopefully will show more efforts. Will not just manage the causes of migration, but will manage the risks of migration and will prevent migration in its source. So hopefully they will increase peacemaking, cooperation, and so that people will not have to migrate from their countries. Unfortunately, people sometimes can be frustrated, and because of these frustrations, many people may be victimized. As I mentioned before, since Ottoman-Russian War, we are working in this field. And when it comes to our day, especially in the last 11 years, there has been an influx of Syrians to our country. And then, as Saadettin Bey mentioned, we are not a country of transition anymore, but we are a country of destination from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, from African countries. We are receiving people from these countries, so as destination or transit country. And in terms of meeting the needs of these people, we are trying to make use of our local resources. So we are trying to have the generous donations of our local people, and also we are trying to make use of some international funds coming from EU, international organizations, NGOs or INGOs. So with all these resources, we are trying to meet the needs of migrants in cooperation with our state government. And there are legislations, laws, and international documents within the field of migration. And in accordance with these documents, we're trying to meet the needs of migrants, especially in our country. There are people under international protection, and also there are people under temporary protection. And there are 1.8 million people under this status. And every month, with Kızılay card system, they are being given cash assistance. And in our community centers, migrants in our community centers can be a part of vocational trainings, can acquire some skills. And also, in coordination with the employment agency, we are trying to make them find jobs, and we are trying to integrate them to the labor force. And we are trying to make them contribute to Turkey with the skills they brought from their homelands. Of course, in our community centers, we are not just providing services to migrants, but also our own citizens. And in this way, migrants and host communities can come together in harmony. They can get to know each other, and they can get to know their traditions, cultures, attitudes, behaviors, so that they can be in greater harmony with each other. This is what we are aiming at. And youth engagement to education. For this purpose, we do provide conditional cash transfer. And as Mr. General Director mentioned and Minister mentioned, yes, we do have a lot of students, and we're providing conditional cash transfer to these students. And for disadvantaged, vulnerable groups, we are providing assistance. There are some child-friendly activities that we are providing. When doing all these, of course, we are in cooperation with the related authorities and structures of our government, and also with national organizations, and also with the already existing NGOs in our country. We are in coordination and in synchrony with all of them to carry out these activities, and we are meeting the needs of migrants in this way, and we are ensuring their social cohesion, and to, of course, overcome their problems. We are doing all these. One of our important activities is family reunifications, because when people are migrating, sometimes they do leave one part of them somewhere. Sorry, this is a very important point. So family reunification. We may continue with this afterwards in the second round. Thank you very much. Abdullah Aksoy from Gaziantep municipality, and he will tell us the experience of Gaziantep municipality. So, Ms. Mayor was talking about how people live together in Gaziantep and Gaziantep model. Of course, in the beginning there were camps in Gaziantep. We have visited these camps before. So can you please talk about these? Distinguished moderator, dear panelists, and esteemed parliamentarians, Mr. Minister, I would like to convey my greetings to all of you, first of all. Today, we're here thanks to Grand National Assembly of Turkey and Inter-Parliamentary Union. I would like to thank them for their invite. Indeed, Fatma Şahin, mayor of Gaziantep, would be here, but because of an urgent agenda, she couldn't make it here. But when we talk about Gaziantep, Gaziantep is strengthened by its history and walking through the future with some strong steps. So Gaziantep is such a city. It is the city of civilizations. It has hosted many civilizations up until now. And with the lessons learned from the history today, for example, because of terrorism in the 1990s in Gaziantep received some internal migration. So Gaziantep hosted internal migrants because of the terrorism in 1990s, and they're working as locomotives at the moment. And for the last 10 or 11 years, we are hosting our Syrian guests. And in Turkey, after Istanbul, Gaziantep is the city which hosts biggest number of Syrians or Syrians under temporary protection. For that reason, as local administrations, now I would like to talk about our activities first of all. So during the times of crisis, building resilient cities for everyone, Gaziantep. So I will talk about this to you. As I said before, it is a city of civilizations, so it is on the forefront with its gastronomy, cuisine, and As I said before, it is hosting many civilizations at the moment, and it's walking through the future strongly. Gaziantep Metropolitan Municipality says that development starts at local level. So together with local administration, central government, together with NGOs, and with national and international actors, NGOs, it is in cooperation and it is focusing on such a development model. And Gaziantep, as I mentioned before, it has a historical and modern structure, and it is a city of tourism. Every year it accommodates 10,000s of people coming from the local level and also from abroad. Gaziantep, of course, as Mr. Minister mentioned, indeed is hosting more than 400,000 Syrians at the moment. So it is bigger than the population of 38 provinces in Turkey at the moment. And for that reason, we are trying not to disturb the comfort of our own people, and we're trying to meet the accommodation needs of our people. And for that reason, we do have a 50,000. So we have established northern city composed of 50,000 houses, because when we received Syrians, we had a problem of housing. And together with the collective housing agency institution, we have constructed 50,000 houses. And up until 2050, we do have a water project composed of 135 kilometers. And together with Ministry of Development, together with EBRD, we do have a protocol. And with this protocol, we do have the capacity to be an ecological city and a city which can generate its own power. Now we are generating 3 megawatts of energy, but based on our agreement with EBRD, in 3.5 years we'll be able to generate 27 megawatts of solar energy. And when we realize this project, it will be meeting all needs of our municipality, and even some part of it will be sold to the electric distribution institution. So as a city managing migration, as you know, urbanization, yes, in the world now there is a 70% urbanization. People are living in the urban areas, but after 2010, we have become the country which receives the biggest number of refugees and migrants, and we are such a city. We would either choose national isolation or populism, or global solidarity and realism. But as we see as government or the Republic of Turkey, as Gaziantep, now we are the best example of global solidarity and realism under the leadership of Mr. President, and together with our local actors, governor, municipalities, with public institutions and NGOs. Now we have a Gaziantep model where we live together. We do have this culture. As you see, these are the cities intensely located by migrants. So here, the red ones are hosting between 400 and 500,000 refugees, and the pink ones are hosting 150,000 and 250,000 refugees on the border of Syria, as you see. And 22%, approximately 22% of Gaziantep population is composed of Syrians, as you see on this chart. And I would like to stop you here. Maybe you can continue from where you left. So Gaziantep experience is very valuable. So I would like to stop you here now, so you may contribute later on in the second round regarding the model of living together. You gave us information. Thank you very much. Hüseyin Oruç. Humanitarian Relief Foundation, we do know your activities very well, especially in Syria, where the conflict was very severe. You were there then. So can you please talk about your experience, especially your activities abroad and in Turkey? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. I think the microphone is not working at the moment. Hopefully this conference will be fruitful and its conclusion will also be fruitful. Humanitarian Relief Foundation, IHAHA in short, it's not just our activities is not just restricted to humanitarian aid. We are doing this intensely. We are working in 130 countries of the world. We are such a civil society organization based in Turkey. But besides humanitarian assistance, we are also dealing with humanitarian advocacy and diplomacy. Regarding humanitarian diplomacy, we are trying to have interventions to eradicate migration on its source. So specific to Syria, I would like to mention this. Because of the Palestinian camps, we do know Syria very well. So for long years, we have worked in Syria, and we do have close relations with the administrators of Syria because we try to meet the needs of Palestinians in those camps. In 2011, when incidents happened to occur in Dara, we were there in Syria, and we examined what was happening, and we tried to bring landscape information to the decision makers. I think this is one of the biggest responsibilities of NGOs. We brought to Syria and also to our own country and to other neighboring countries. So a great disaster is coming, we said. If this happens, if this Pandora's box is opened, then many people will lose their lives. Many people will become refugees. Let's not let it start, we said. So we went to Damascus for this reason. I was in that delegation. In Ankara, we had many talks and discussions, and we have paid tens of visits to the other neighboring countries. And in these couple of months, more than 50 countries were visited so that we wouldn't open that box. So that another Arab Spring would not happen. If this war happened, biggest powers, the managers of the world, the powers of the world would come here to reconstruct the region, we said. And inside, people were getting ready to become migrants. So we tried to mention this to our neighbors and to administrators. So the opposing powers, the intellectuals, we talked to these people very intensely so that this war wouldn't begin. Because when this war began, then we would have to pay a bill that we cannot we said, but this didn't happen. All the people we visited had a common thing, and they said that in 6 months this problem will be solved, they said. And in the end of 6 months, so you will not see any terrorists on the other side, you will not see any regime, and everything will be very beautiful. And will pray in the mosques, and some of us will kill and eradicate all the terrorists, they said. But we couldn't be successful in doing so. What we have seen in the landscape, I think we couldn't mention it to the decision makers very well, and this war happened and started very intensely. We were there. And we were the first organization to be in Syria. And all the international organizations in the year 2014, with the transnational border operation decision of United Nations Security Council, they didn't work in Syria up until then. The resolution was made in 2014, and before UN, our foundation has activities, and this was influential. And from 2011 to 2014, there was no coordination, and just local powers, local forces, and were used to provide humanitarian aid and operations. And when there is no coordination, coordinating, controlling is really difficult. And such a huge influx would come, we said, from the very beginning. And for that reason, on 3 points of Turkey, we have established our operation centers. And within 2011, in Reyhanlı, in Kilis, and in Şanlıurfa, we had our operation and coordination centers. And these centers people came from abroad and also from Islamic geography from West to help people in Syria. And we hosted these people in our centers in terms of coordinating the incoming NGOs and to provide and to transfer their aids, assistances to Syria in a sound manner. The centers of IHAHA were used as international coordination centers, and IHAHA then inside very intensely tried to meet the basic needs of people. So we were in such a position. And the first important thing that we did, there was no civil society in Syria. When there is no civil society, how can you work? How can you meet the needs of people when there is no civil society? IHAHA first established or first took the steps to establish civil society in Syria. There were 80 small groups formed on their own, and we brought them to Turkey. We provided them civil society training, and now they are active in Syria, and all of them were trained in Turkey back then. And within Syria, we have started our intense activities with this. And I would like to continue in the second round with hope. I'm sure that our distinguished participants here will make use of experiences. Thank you very much. Saadet and Akyol. Syrians are the biggest group of migrants in Turkey at the moment, and they are also the same for the globe. So how are they in labor market? So how are they engaged to labor market? Can you please give us some information about this? Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. So I was just coming to this issue. Of course, this is not just limited to Syrians, Afghanis, Iraqis. They are under international protection. They're such foreigners. But when we come to the year of 2011, in the year 2011, as you have mentioned recently, especially the migrants coming from Syria to our country, they were residing in camps. Indeed, we started our activities in the camps. When I say we, I just don't mean our general directorate. It included Ministry of Interior, AFAD, Kızılay, Turkish Red Crescent, Ministry of National Education, Health. So we coordinate the activities, especially after the year of 2013, because these people, yes, they were residing in camps, but because the process was prolonged, some needs emerged to engage them with the labor market. So then we started working in coordination. As the Ministry of Labor, first of all, we try to identify our target audience. For example, now there are 3.7 million Syrians, but there are not just Syrians. There are Afghanis, there are some other foreigners under international protection. Let's say in total there are 5 million. But our target audience were the ones in the age of working. The ones at the age of working. We identified this target audience, but they may not be sufficiently qualified to be engaged in labor force, we thought, and we started a research. And after the year 2011, we looked at the skills of the migrants in our country. And we had 2 or 3 rounds of the survey, because we couldn't complete all of this because it is based on the statements of people. Because sometimes people have left their documents and credentials, their certificates in the countries they have left, and we are orienting them to some boards that we have established, and if they do have the necessary skills, then we guide them to the related fields. But when we were working on these people, we also identified the needs of our country, the provinces, the jobs, the sectors. So we had a needs assessment for all of these. The most important issue here is that, so provinces, jobs, and skills. So we try to match match these with the people that we have. So we started working on this. This is not just, of course, related with this Ministry of National Education, Presidency of Migration Management, Ministry of Family. We started working with all of them. AFAD, Kızılay, Turkish Red Crescent. We started using the same data, and we have identified a program. This is a long-term program, 5-year, 10-year, 15-year projections. Made us come up with action plans. So the people that we have 5 years later, for example, in what field they can work and how can we guide them? Not just regarding these current figures, we also thought about the possible figures of potential labor force in the coming 5 years, 10 years. What can be the potential labor force that we can come across? So we made a long year projection, and at the moment we are working on this intensely. And within this projection, what are we doing? First, of course, we are trying to come up with a skills map. So the migrants in our country, whom can work, in which field, in which sector, and what skills do they have? We're trying to map these skills. Of course, this takes time because reaching all of them, interviewing all of them, testing these people. Of course, this is very difficult. But to give an example, for example, Ministry of National Education and Ministry of Health have boards, commissions within their ministries, and the people who say that they have skills go through these boards and commissions, migrant health centers, education centers. In these places, they are working. And first, skills test comes, and then the certified ones or the ones with diplomas. For them to use their diplomas in our country, for accrediting their diplomas, we started working. As a result of all these deeds, hopefully, with these long-term projections, hopefully in the coming 5 or 10 years, we'll be coming up with good outcomes. Now we have started something new. We are working with EU for that purpose, including all the institutions. It is Sustainable Socioeconomic Program. Sustainable Socioeconomic Program. So on that, we will identify the basic principles, and we will come up with we have come up with a long-term plan. We are about to complete it with all the stakeholders, with all the parties, ministries, together with professional organizations and NGOs. So it is encompassing a period for 5 or 10 years. It is for long term. Of course, labor market is a dynamic, is an active field. And with local integration, with local labor dynamics, with local needs, migrants should be matched. So here, yes, we're talking about sharing burden, but to integrate migrants, the best method is, of course, we need to ensure the sharing of income, and also we need to also share the burden. We need to be a partner to share the burden. If we can do so, then we can be more, I think, happier, more peaceful. So we'll be, I think, collecting the fruits of our activities in the coming future. Thank you very much, and I would like to convey my greetings to all of you once again. Thank you very much for respecting the timing. So just a quick announcement, but we are continuing with our second round, but participants would like to also contribute, and some of them also talked in the previous round. So for that reason, we cannot have your questions. In the end of second round, we can listen to you, and also we can listen to our panelists. Lastly, this is why we made this decision. Thank you very much for your understanding. And hopefully at 1:20 we will finish so that we can have time for lunch, because at 2 o'clock in the afternoon we need to start with the next session. Ibrahim Altan, you left at family reunification. Of course, nobody want to leave their homes or countries, But based on that, so fragmentation of families. So this is another misery that these people are facing. This is something. This is a social issue. Now we can continue from where you left.
Well, the migrants are leaving one part of themselves behind as they set out on this journey. I'm certain that we heard such memories, and maybe they are the ones who experience such miseries, or your relatives have experienced such miseries. We are working for the reunion of the families. So we are reuniting them with their families. So our DG Migration, our ministries, together with our international partners, we carry out all those activities for the reunion of their families. We have a saying in Turkish, even if you are putting the birds into a golden cage, he will cry out for his homeland, as the saying goes in Turkish. So all those people have the right to go back to their homelands, and in order to make sure that they are returning back to their homelands, we have huge responsibilities that are incumbent upon all of us. So the parliaments should put certain pressure on the governments, and we really should put some effort for that regard. So within the framework of our legislation, we do our shares. The civil society, our organizations are lobbying for the advocacy for such rights, and they are trying to convince you so that those migrants can turn back, can return to their homelands, and they can enjoy their full rights. And as we speak with our friends, migrant friends, and whenever we speak about their hometowns, we see that they are almost about to cry, and their eyes become watery. And we see that they are really longing for their homelands. In order to help one of the Syrian migrants, I helped him so that he can return back to Syria. We helped him, and it was winter time, and our boots were in mud and all dirty. And I realized that one piece of earth that stayed with the mud on his boot dropped down in the plane, and he took that piece of earth from Syria and put it inside of his pocket. So he was so happy that he was together with a piece of earth from his homeland. And I realized how sad, but at the same time, how happy he was, because that migrant was longing for his homeland as of 1984. So we know this fact very well. Today, inside of Turkey, 3.7 million Syrians are living, and we know that they are longing for their homelands for Syria. So how can we ensure this? We can ensure that with the relevant legislations. So those legislations should be protected by the parliaments, by the international organizations. If they do lobbying activities, and if the safety and security of those people who are voluntarily returning back to their countries, and I'm certain that many people, many migrants would be willing to go back to their homelands, so that all the parliaments of those countries who don't want to see migrants should focus on that topic. The civil society organizations should focus on that. There are the opposition parties who are criticizing that the migrants and the refugees are consuming all of our resources. Okay, if you don't want the migrants, if you don't want refugees to consume your resources, all right, then you should put some effort so that under safe and secure conditions, the migrants and the refugees can go back to their homelands. Thank you very much, dear Professor. I beg your pardon for one more minute. So we distribute it here as well. This is the Global Compact of the United Nations on the refugees. If we take this document seriously and if we work in line with this document, and if that document would be our guide, I am certain that the problems will diminish and decrease even more. Thank you very much. We would like to continue with Mr. Aksoy. I don't want to steal from your time, but you explained it so clearly that it is both something humane and something pragmatic. So it really employs both liberal and realist approaches, and it will solve the problems of everyone. So for our own sake, for our own interest, I believe we will be understanding once again that we would not be safe unless everyone is so, as we have understood once again during the pandemic. So in order to solve those problems, we should undertake responsibilities. Okay, Mr. Aksoy, we have discussed the realism model, and let's continue with the model from Gaziantep. Thank you very much. So at the outset of this migration problem, the province of Gaziantep believed that the issue of migration is something to be managed. It was not understood as a problem to be solved. So that was our perspective at the outset of this migration issue, and that's how we realized our projects. As the first contact point with the migrants, we believe that we have huge responsibilities as the local authorities to manage this issue. We have three turning points. With the first influx of migration, dispatching the humanitarian aid was really important. At the outset of this crisis, everyone has the perspective for the short term. But as this issue elongated, we have come across with the second turning point, and we started approaching this issue from a mid or long-term perspective. As a result, we focused on social inclusion projects. With the order coming from our mayor, we have founded the DG for the migration management inside of Antep, and many people criticized us. They said that the management of migration is not the responsibility of the municipalities, they said. But when we take a look to the European example, we see that the local governments are responsible for the migration management. That's why we believe that without the inclusion of the local governments, the migration management would be problematic. We have collaborated with the universities and the local and international NGOs, and we had a project which was financed by TÜBİTAK, the Turkish Scientific Institute. Hopefully, this project will come to an end as of this year. And we have also written a document for the local solutions to the international migration problem. And this document was of high importance as it underlined the importance of the inclusion of local governments. Together with the metropolitan municipality and also the relevant authorities, we have defined our responsibilities from scratch. Together with this influx of migration, we have undertaken the responsibilities of not leaving anyone behind. That's why we try to realize a very comprehensive migration management policy. Apart from the infrastructure and superstructure services, we have invested heavily for education and healthcare services. Ensar Community Center was a community center where Turkish citizens attend courses together with the migrants. There are Turkish, Arabic, and English language courses taught in those centers. Sportive activities are carried out. We have founded a social research center. We try to map the social risks, and we try to understand the situation of the Syrians. Because, I mean, if we are not involved and if we do not regulate this process, then we thought that the Syrian ghettos might be formed inside of Gaziantep. So all those activities and all our works served for the purpose of peaceful coexistence of both communities. We have 33 GASMEC centers. So those centers are giving free of charge professional courses and language courses to Turkish and Syrians. We have also founded the Women Solidarity Centers in collaboration with UN Women ILO. So this is a center specifically designed for women. Women Entrepreneur Support Center was another project. Any of our women who has a project, either Turkish or Syrians, anyone with an entrepreneurship spirit, they can apply for us. We allocate them a place. They can establish their business, and we give them trainings for finance and also for startup finance, so that women can stand on their own feet, and many of them have accomplished it so far. Together with the Kuwait Fund, we have founded this disability-free living center for our disabled people. In terms of fighting against the child labor and child brides, we are collaborating with UNICEF, and we try to tackle this problem for early marriages. And together with the collaboration of UNICEF, we are also integrating our Syrian brothers and sisters to this program. And we have extended support during the pandemic equally, both the Turkish and the Syrian community. As you can see, together with many international organizations, we have carried out joint projects. UNDP, GIZ, UN Women, IOM, and UNHCR are among those international organizations with which we have been cooperating so far. What is our target group? Anyone who lives within the territories of our municipality is our target group. Without showing any sort of discrimination, we try to embrace everyone, and we try to provide equal services to everyone based on the principle of justice. I know that my time is up, Madam Moderator. Without discriminating among anyone whatsoever, we are trying to provide equal services to the migrants. The migrants may not be a burden, but they might contribute remarkably to the social fabric of our cities. Every situation has its own dynamics, but the migration should be assessed under respect for human rights. Last but not least, we are trying to create resilient cities for migration, and I do believe Gaziantep is a good model in that regard. Gaziantep has developed the platform for cooperating between local governments, international organizations, and NGOs. By cooperating with other local governments, NGOs, and international organizations, we turned migration into a reality to be managed rather than seeing it as a problem. So the Gaziantep model is a model of coexisting together, cooperating together, and thereby remarkably contributing to the Turkish economy. As a result of this, as you know, for the first time in Turkey, Gaziantep has been defined as the champion province inside of Turkey by OECD. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and please extend our greetings to our mayor. Mr. Oruç, we have discussed challenging topics. You were going to speak about hope, so we are awaiting your speech. So I would like to speak about hope. Let me share another memory of mine. We were in Aziz, and we were in Friday prayer, and the Imam said that Aziz is is a rich city. Your houses are not damaged, but you allow migrants going to the Turkey. So if you, all of the migrants are going to Turkey. You are people out of luck, but the people living inside of Turkey are very lucky, because the prosperity bestowed upon us by God also goes to Turkey, the Imam said. So at the end of the day, I do believe the migrants and the refugees are not burdens, but they are a source of prosperity. It is not a problem. It is an issue to be managed. Maybe our administrators wouldn't like it, but 22% of the population of Gaziantep is comprised of refugees, and I visited Gaziantep, and I can say that it is a properly administrated city, and Gaziantep is a city where there is no migration problem. Even if the population of the migrants are 20 million, I believe we can manage it. So rather than complaining, we should be managing this issue, because we have founded this country with the migrants. When the population of Turkey at 10 million, we received 3.5 million migrants from the Balkans, and we managed it. I am certain that every one of us has a history of migration. So what is the hope then? Why people are on the move? They are moving to other places for their future. They are seeking for hope. So you should give hope to both sides. So it is a decision to be respected when the migrants are leaving their hometowns for providing a future to their kids. And staying inside of your hometown is a decision to be respected as well. So as the foundation, we have seen the migrants as our guests, and we have seen ourselves as the hosts, and together with our district governorates and metropolitan municipalities, we did our best to help our migrants, but we should first and foremost inject hope inside of our society. In all those refugee camps, independent of the geographies they are in, you will see that the birth rate will be doubled with comparison to other geographies. And it is criticized that the refugees give birth to many kids. Why do they want to have more kids? Because that's where the hope lays. So that's why the kids will construct the new world. The refugee camps are quite cold, and you will see thousands of new kids because the refugees are seeking for hope among their kids. That's why we should start with the projects which will nourish the hope. You can found those refugee camps and you can give food and shelter to the refugees, but it will not give any hope to them. So the refugees will go to the places where they will construct their future. That's why you should give them some hope, and you should say to them that this is where your future lies. And in those places, within security, you can feed yourself. That is what you have to say to those refugees. Up until now, 26,000 of humanitarian aid in kind has been collected inside of Turkey and dispatched to Syria. And the total cost of all those projects is approximately $800 million. So we are almost at the threshold of $1 billion of humanitarian aid. Only during the crisis period, 2.5 million pieces of bread has been baked in our bakeries and dispatched. Of course, these are momentarily solutions, but let me cite two examples. The hope will not come from dispatch of bread, but the hope will come after the resettlement of those migrants and refugees. The first village in Syria, Rahmet village, is comprised of 100 houses. It was a symbolic village, and it was a village that we have constructed for the orphans. And 100 people were resettled there. When I visited that village, I realized that we cannot stop now. They came from Damascus, they came from Humus, from Dara, so they were refugees even inside of their homelands, but when they see that they can nail their backs to a wall, a house, we have realized that we cannot stop. That's why we have initiated our project of constructing briquette houses. If you give them a spring, a piece of hope to those people, then they can reconstruct their lives. I mean, when we have started our briquette houses project without a roof, with calashes, we have actually started with a couple of houses, but right now we are discussing constructing even 500,000 of briquette houses. So when I visit Syria for the last 3 consecutive years, I see hope. I see an economy which is recovering and reviving. But most importantly, and I will be wrapping up, Ms. Rabza, education is the most important instrument for us. We are in need of teams who will reconstruct new Syria, and we can accomplish it only inside of Syria. In 2015, we have constructed the International Damascus University, and in the land that we have purchased, the lecturers are Syrians, the professors are Syrians. Those professors were working inside of our bakeries. I mean, our rector of that university was working in a bakery, and 3 years ago they have graduated their first alumni, and inside of those business opportunities, the Syrian youngsters who graduated inside of Turkey worked there, and 37 of them came to Turkey for their graduate, for their MA studies. So that is where the hope lies. So if we can reach out to more people, then we can tackle the problem of Syria and Turkey even better. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We have stated that we will respect the time, but since the issue is hope, I couldn't interrupt. Apologies. So in the previous session, there were the participants who asked for the floor. Let's start with Pakistan. We have 7 people who asked for the point of order. That's why we will give you only 2 minutes. Please stay within 2 minutes of time limitation. Azam Swati, the floor is yours.
With your smiling face, you have been well managing, but the panelists have overextended their time, and it is good that we heard whatever is going on in Turkey. Madam, allow me to lodge with a heavy heart a protest to IPU, because they should have given Pakistan more time. We should have been the key speaker. The reason, because there are 2 countries in the world, or a few more countries, those are well damaged, or their economy are deteriorating because of the refugee problem, and that is Turkey and Pakistan, Iran, and there are a few others. But having said that, let me also reiterate as to what our earlier speaker have said it, professor of Turkey, academia from Iran, and also from Jordan and many others. And the same thread is coming, and they are emphasizing, let us say, spade to spade. Let me ask all the respectable members participating here, when they go back to their countries, ask themselves who is responsible for causing forced migration in Syria and making unmanageable for Turkey today. And I really appreciate, my heart goes to Turkey and its leadership, whatever they are doing. Who is responsible causing humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan? Pakistan is paying for that. Libya and many other countries, Iraq, for that reason. Who is the hurdle for the independence of Kashmir and Palestine? Their independence, let me say loud and clear, without any fear, that it is the United States of America, because they enjoy a special status, as the Honorable President of Turkey said it, the veto power. And because of that veto power, they stop and are creating constantly these conflicts and not enjoying the people of Kashmir and Palestine the independence. Let me also reiterate and also reinforce whatever the earlier speaker of Turkey said it, that Ukraine will not have any problem in integration. It is the Muslims who are paying for it and who are suffering, not because of their own follies, but the follies of the United States, the most powerful state on the earth. Let me also say this, that the social cohesion or integration in Turkey is a model for the rest of the countries, for Pakistan and many other countries. But for heaven's sake, let us come to sense, and that sense is take the responsibility of those who has created and caused these miseries. In the end, since I don't have time, I understand that.
Thank you.
In the end, let me reiterate and ask IPU and the United Nations, do you have viable, verifiable mechanism where you can say that the people who has caused the conflict are going to pay for their misdeeds, for the destruction of those countries? Pakistan is suffering, Iran is suffering, Iraq is suffering, Syria is suffering, Turkey is suffering, because it is not because of us, and they should pay under the United Nations Charter. It is not the affirmation of combat, just the combat. It is, let us take the responsibility and make these people to pay for their misdeeds to the humanity. When you scratch in Afghani, believe me, you are a Syrian, believe me, they would have the same blood as you and I do. Our mediator, thank you very much with your panelists.
Thank you so much. On behalf of our colleagues from the IPU, we want to give the floor to everybody. So no offense. We would love to hear from each and every one member of representative who have taken the opportunity to come to Turkey and be with us today. So please, we apologize for any kind of inconveniences. We are just so happy that you are here. The next request is from Rwanda, and I'm just going to try to read the last name of the distinguished representative, and I apologize for the mispronunciation. Dusingizem Mungu. I'm sorry. Okay, Rwanda. I apologize. Is Rwanda in the room? All
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to take the floor to inform the participants of the Global Compact pledges made by the government of Rwanda. Rwanda made 9 pledges, the highest in the East, Horn of Africa and Great Lakes region. Priority is given to the following: graduating camp-based refugees out of assistance programs and increasing formal access to work opportunities as part of a joint livelihood strategy. ensuring that 100% of refugees are in the possession of valid refugee identity cards, integrating 100% of refugee students in secondary school and 50% in primary schools into national education systems, ensuring that 100% of urban refugees will have the opportunity to integrate fully the national health insurance systems. Energy and environment is a new pledging area that is a part of the socio-economic inclusion of refugees and host communities in Rwanda project supported by the World Bank. All the commitments are on track. The operationalization of the commitments is done by the ministry in charge of emergency management, and as well, the Parliament closely monitors the fulfillment of those commitments. I thank you.
Thank you so much for being prompt. Next speaker is from Portugal. Is Carla here?
Yes, thank you. Good morning to everyone. We salute the panel and the organization of the IPU for making this conference. Portugal had a big challenge recently. We had many before with Syrian and Afghanistan refugees, but Ukraine refugees made a big impact in our country. In 2 months, Portugal received 5 times the number of refugees that we had received in the last 5 years. Now we have more than 37,000 Ukrainian refugees. And to find solutions, we needed everybody on board. A resilient network between the central government and the national support network for the integration of migrants, and strong connections with local municipalities, civic society, ONGs, all were and still are necessary to the integration and inclusion of people. The public services had to work faster to deliver in a short time a taxpayer number, a social security number, a health use number, so that people can have access to the job market, to schools, to housing and health. Our Institute of Employment and Vocational Training had posted 29,000 jobs online on its platform. Of course, not all of them will be filled, but there are at least 9,000 people who already have gone to the Employment and Vocational Training Center to find work answers. We are doing professional and intensive training to integration into the job market. We have 2,000 employment contracts signed with Ukrainian people because we were able to work with them and realize the skills and the potential they already have. Now we have 2 main points that we have to pay special attention. First is the language barrier. It's an obstacle for integration, a cause for discrimination and xenophobia. So we are reviewing Portuguese language courses, designing it specifically for foreign citizens. In our school, we have 4,000 Ukrainian children attending basic and secondary education. And we were lucky because we have a Ukrainian community before, so those kids are serving as tutors with the language and education of the youngest ones. The other one is housing. It's a challenge. We signed a new pact between the Migration High Authority and the Urban Institute to promote adequate access to housing for refugees and migrant population and their families. But we need to deepen these efforts. Portugal was one of the first countries to implement the Global Pact of Migration at the national level, and that strengthened national integration policies and the connection of migrant people to their countries. And in our review of the National Implementation Plan last week, we created a visa for working permit for 6 months, extendable for another 60 days. And the CPLP, the countries that belong to the community of Portuguese-speaking countries, are approving a mobility agreement between Portuguese-speaking countries that defies mobility between these peoples. As parliamentaries of a country that had millions of people that migrated in some of our history periods, we strongly believe everyone should enjoy equal opportunities, rights, and duties. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Carla Sousa. Thank you. Our next speaker is from Morocco. Hassan Choumais, please. Is Morocco here? Yes. 2 minutes, please. We have very little time left.
Thank you, Mrs. President. Dear parliamentarians, members of the IPU, dear audience, Morocco and Turkey are main parties to the annexation of the European Union in terms of the flow of migrants. And as you may know, Morocco, after it was considered a main country of transit of migrants from the south of Africa, it turned into a country of destination for migrants to build their lives, not only for African migrants, but also for migrants coming from Europe and refugees coming from Syria and Yemen, for example. In this regard, the Moroccan government, under the instructions or directives of Mohammed VI, our king, adopted a national strategy for migration and refugee in January 2019 to ensure the integration of migrants and refugees in public life and make sure that they can settle and enjoy their dignified rights and work and coexist in life. Morocco provided the right to life and settled the status of 5,000 of refugees out of 5,900 applications. We provided also educational programs and social support programs, like, for example, summer camp, equally for refugees and for Moroccans. In the health sector, migrants and refugees were integrated in all of the national programs of public health care programs in order to benefit for free of charge of all the services provided for Moroccans. In the time of COVID-19, the measures of monitoring of the disease were universal for everybody living in Morocco, equally for Moroccans and non-Moroccans. As for qualification and job opportunities, we allowed migrants to get into the training courses to integrate them in the labor market through the National Ministry of Qualification, and this agency qualified a number of migrants who are working in cooperatives, and some of them are self-reliant now in their business, and some of the migrants are able to benefit from housing in the same conditions. All of these sectoral programs came as an implementation of the national strategy in implementation of the high directives of our King Mohammed VI.
Contribution and sharing the Moroccan experience with us. We have 3 last speakers: Kyrgyzstan first, Algeria, and we'll finish with Turkey. And our Member of Parliament from Kyrgyzstan, Nurlan Azigaliyev, please.
Teşekkür ederim Sayın Başkanım.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. So there is no interpretation in Kyrgyz and in Russian language. Thank God we know Turkish. So I am Nurlan Azigaliyev from Kyrgyzstan Parliament. So I am dealing with international relations, advocacy, security, and migration committee in my parliament. And also I'm a member of IPU. Distinguished President of IPU, distinguished Speaker of Grand National Assembly of Turkey, first of all, during these days, one of the most important problems is migration. So, first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to you for organizing this conference on migration, refugees. So first of all, I would like to extend my thanks to you for providing this platform for us. For 2 days, we listened to very good panelists. Sometimes we had discussions over panels. This is very normal. This is natural. This is what it has to be. But here, discussions between countries is not the issue. So the solutions between countries should be the issue. So here, we have a platform where we can find solutions to global migration problem. And parliamentarians should contribute to these problems, and it is also happening so. In Kyrgyzstan, as you may also know, in the year 1991, we have independent after the collapse of Soviet Union. We have discussed migration yesterday. Because of war, military interventions, migrate. And also because of corruption, economic problems in the countries, there can be migration. And one of our panelists yesterday said something very good. Because of climate change, there can be migration. In Kyrgyzstan, thank Allah, there is no war. Politics is stable. We do have a good climate. But as every developing country, to have better livelihoods, to better life conditions, people migrate. This is natural. We can never stop migration, but we need to regulate it. We can make it legal. We can provide better conditions as parliamentarians regarding migration. We can provide the right budget, and we can ensure the necessary international cooperation. Yes, we do also understand to eliminate, to mitigate migration, we need to have employment. In Kyrgyzstan, for example, we do have more than 6 million population. For that reason, from Russia, there are approximately 1.2 million people migrated to Russia from our country. In Turkey, we do have 30,000 citizens going to school and working. In Kazakhstan, we do have 30,000 citizens. And we do have migration compacts or protocols with these countries, and we need to be loyal to these memorandums of understanding, and we need to strengthen international cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution. So now we'll listen to our delegate from Algeria.
Please, Algeria. If we can make it, please, 2 minutes, because I want you to enjoy lunch before the next session.
In the name of God the Almighty, the most bountiful, the most merciful, I would like to say to the moderator, don't wait me to comment on what has been said in this session. We learned a lot through their presentation, and they brought us firsthand with the Turkish experience, which is a pioneering experience. And we learned a lot about the exerted efforts and the important role that is played by Turkey to save the dignity and life of migrants and refugees, and the role that it is playing towards the countries of origin of those refugees. Those principles that are abandoned by some of the rich countries, you are adopting these principles and playing your role. And we also we have seen also the mercy and the solidarity through the comments of the keynote speakers or the panelists. So you should be proud about what you are doing, and we should be proud in Algeria about what we do for migrants, which is a little bit similar to what you are doing here in Turkey, that is integrating migrants into the normal life in our country, and we are meeting our obligations. The obligations of Algeria in the agreements that we ratified. I will not be exaggerating or paying mouth or paying any courtesy to say that Turkey is a role model, not only a role model to follow, but we should and we must follow this role model. And believe me, myself and the delegation with me are impressed with those achievements that you have made for a better life that you provide for the migrants. In Algeria, we say if you don't thank people, it means that you don't thank God. So you have all the gratitude from us for you on behalf of myself and on behalf of Algeria, on behalf of its president and its people. To your president and to your people for all the challenges and the obstacles that you are facing in economically, politically, and the other pressures from outside. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Contribution. We have one last speaker, and we have another request for floor, but I'm so sorry for our kind representative from Libya, because we have to go. So we have to finish with Turkey, and I know that my colleague Mevlüt Karakaya will be very short. Mevlüt hocam, siz kısacık hemen bir cümleyle bitirirseniz.
Please wrap up with one sentence. We would like to send our guests for the lunch break, of course. Well, we have spoken about hope, but as you go outside for the lunch break, please do not miss taking a look to the pictures in the exhibition hall. Those pictures so that with hope. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. I will keep it very short. First of all, we have listened to wonderful example for migration management. We have listened from Deputy Minister, and we have listened from the senior level administrators of our public institutions. And on the other hand, we have listened the perspective and the approaches of the civil society organization. They have spoken their cooperation projects. So Turkey very successfully managed this global challenge. And I have to say, with an amateur spirit, a professional management has been obtained. But there is also one thing that I would like to mention here. The main theme of this conference is to tackle the migration issue on its origin and taking the necessary precautions and measures in order to prevent further migration. The representatives of different institutions have explained the situation very well. I mean, they have explained it so well that we almost wanted to become migrants. Of course, migration has a huge burden on the civil society organizations and the public institutions. They have welcomed the migrants with open arms, and we didn't, force the migrants return to their homelands, but although encourage them. So I hope that as an outcome of this conference, sustainable solution proposals will be also written in the outcome and declaration of this summit. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to thank all our participants for staying so late and not leaving us alone. I, of course, would like to thank one by one to our Deputy Minister and our invited speakers. Let's continue with hope, but let's come back at 2 p.m. so that we will finish our program on time. Thank you so much.
Ses 1, 2. Geliyor mu? 1, 2, 3. Prova. TRT. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tamam abi.
Mesdames et messieurs, honorable assistance, bonjour. Veuillez rejoindre.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all. Please take our seats. Let's take our seats.
C'est l'avant-dernière séance.
We will continue with the last session before the end. First of all, I would like to thank the Turkish Grand National Assembly for the hospitality shown towards us and the wonderful organization of this conference. And I also would like to thank the organizing committee of the IPU. I come from Algeria. I'm a member of the IPU myself. Today we will co-moderate this session, and the title of this session is the Adjusting Lives of Migrants and Refugees, Human Dignity, Social Inclusion and Cohesion. Supporting regular migration and the integration mechanisms will be the topics that the participants will talk about. They will speak about the reunification of the families and providing different means and opportunities to the migrants will be what they talk about. In addition to all of those, the session will also focus on how countries have been able to put in place laws, regulations, and programs to facilitate social cohesion and mobility by providing migrants and refugees, where necessary, with legal identity and documentation, work and study opportunities, and civic education. These will be discussed by the panelists and the participants will also look at initiatives that have sought to engage all members of society in the promotion of the social inclusion and cohesion of migrants and refugees. We have participants from the Senate of Mexico. Apart from that, Agnes Vadai will be with us from Hungary. Mr. Gökçe Ok will be with us from Turkey, from the DG of Harmonization Communication Department of the Presidency of Migration. Rodrigo Sandoval from Chile will be with us, and Jalal Abbazi Shavazi will be participating from the Australian National University. Our first participant, first panelist, graduated from the Budapest University, and then he continued his MA in USA, and he also finished his PhD, and he continued his research in the National Defense University, and then he received his professorship, and he is the member of the IPU committee to promote respect for international humanitarian law. And by the way, he is the last president of the aforesaid committee. On my right-hand side, our panelist is responsible for the Turkey and Middle East. And in 2018, he continued his work in the General Directorate of Harmonization and Communication Department of Presidency of Migration of Turkey. First, I would like to yield the floor.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear legislators, dear friends. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you all for having the opportunity to give this speech. We want to have a dialogue about the Global Compact for Refugees as well as for the Global Compact for Migrations. We have already seen very interesting proposals of the international systems. Since 2015, we have seen different initiatives in this sense. They have started working since 2018, and these want to promote best practices to tackle migrations as well as to fight against the humanitarian crisis of the refugees. And they do it from the perspective of the co-responsibility. The term co-responsibility is basically a political correction of a former term, but this term has very important implications, although This term is not transforming realities for the moment. That's the reason why today I want to propose that for some minutes we won't be using political correctness, we won't be talking about co-responsibility. Right now, we will be carrying out a reflection, an in-depth reflection. Right now, we are going to talk about the problem that all the big powers have regarding migration. We will be talking about this phenomenon. It's obvious that there is a double morality regarding this issue. The current economic structure has been always based on this double standard. On the one hand, the workers and the migrant workers are needed in the north. Those big economies, they need our workers, but on the other hand, the power structures of those same economies are criminalizing migration. Since 10 years ago, they have a different discourse. They always use common places and they always mention co-responsibility. And that's why today I don't want to use this politically correct term, co-responsibility, because I want to talk about this problem in depth. I want to underscore that there is a double standard because in Europe, violence is implemented both passively and actively against our migrants. For example, 5,370,000 Turkish people live in Germany, in France, in Austria, in the Netherlands, in the United Kingdom, in Belgium, in Switzerland, in Sweden. At the same time, we see that in the United States, they are replicating the same dynamic against more than 12 million people of Mexican origin that decided to migrate to the north. Right now, they work in that country. Nevertheless, within this framework, I have to say that the North American and the European political class is putting pressure on our governments. They are stigmatizing our people. At the same time, they are fostering violence and racism. It can be passive and it can be active at the same time. They are always promoting different stereotypes and wasting millions of euros and also millions of dollars to fight against migrants and also to develop different filtering systems for the migration. Nevertheless, on the other hand, in the world in which many things are not recognized, in the reality, we know that they are not saying in their speech what the reality shows. So what does this reality request us to do? They want our people to clean their streets. They want our people to collect their vegetables. They want to work in the industry. They also want them to build their houses, to prepare their food, also to bring the food to the table, take care of their sons and daughters, also to be the talent for their sport organizations, also to strengthen the food culture in their streets and cities, also to repair cars, do the maintenance of the different premises, also give them extra knowledge. I talk about knowledge and culture right now. They also want to use their talent because we have great artists and we have great scientists too. And that's why right now I have to say that our people are definitely an integral part of the northern societies, although they clearly say it's not true. And also because for unthinkable reasons, they want to keep them with misery salaries, and they accept at the same time the criminalization of our migration. Personally, I think it's important to tell the truth. And we have to say so before reviewing the international initiatives in which we keep talking about co-responsibility. And we want to be pure, and we want to say that we respect human rights. But nevertheless, we see that those powers are not implementing the idea of co-responsibility. Both initiatives, the Global Compact for Refugees and also the Global Compact for Migrations, are important documents, and those documents give us hope. They represent a possible pathway, but we don't think they are realistic enough. After more than 15 years, we see that in all the countries we have been talking about co-responsibility. But let's focus now on migration again. Both Turkey and Mexico are the gate to enter to Europe and to the US. Our policies and our actions have made these documents to be redundant. Dear friends, the migration of our citizens are probably the most important migrations in the multicultural world of Europe and North America. These are two worlds that were created, consolidated, and prospered thanks to migrants. Right now, they judge them, and they accept to have a dialogue with these terms that have been shared within the UN framework. These terms haven't changed, neither the perspective nor the engagement of the powers or the reality of our migrations. They actually accuse us of not stopping the migrant flows their own societies need. Since 2016, we have strengthened our efforts, and since 2018, they are promoting different documents that are not applied at all. Mobility is still restricted. They are not assuring the protection of dignity and human rights. We also see how police keep stopping are migrants, but right now they call them rescue support groups. The integration of migrants is still a dream. It doesn't go beyond the propaganda of the media. The effectiveness of the fight against xenophobia, racism, and discrimination doesn't appear at all in the news of North America, and it's also not present in the criminalization of the European migrants. When we talk about regular and safe migration, we are basically talking about a concept that is not significant in front of the needs of those markets. For this and many other reasons, we are celebrating these efforts of the United Nations. Nevertheless, reality shows that they are not applicable for the moment. After having said so, I think that it's necessary to have a clear dialogue about migration and refugees, two topics our countries need to focus on because they have a huge impact. After the violence in Central America and Asia, what we are starting to see is a flow of migrants going to the north. That's everything I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your attention.
Madame la Présidente, pour votre...
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was a very successful presentation, and your presentation also presented the right observation, and it will definitely provoke very important discussions. Thank you so much for your speech, and thank you so much for underlining the importance of human rights. So I would like to go back to our panelists right now. I would like to address a question to each one of our panelists. Please use your 2 to 3 minutes wisely and try your best to answer our question in order to enlighten us. My first question will be addressing Ms. Vadai. As the ex-Speaker of the Parliament and as the member of the IPU at the moment, could you please enlighten us and what do you think is the best social cohesion provided for migrants when it comes to the international law?
Thank you very much. Honorable colleagues, first of all, let me thank IPU and Turkey for organizing this very important seminar, and especially thank the delegation of Turkey for the hospitality we have been receiving during these days. Well, we all know peace, stability, and economic development are the best ways to avoid this question. Unfortunately, from time to time, however, we are experiencing that there are conflicts in the world, which almost every time lead to a huge flow of people who are forced to leave their home countries. So what can members of parliament do in this situation? First of all, we constantly have to remind ourselves, as well as the people we represent, that refugees are human beings just like us and not statistics. They have needs, they have dreams. Secondly, we have to keep in mind that helping these people is not only a legal or a political obligation. It's something that makes us human beings, that we care about the human dignity of people in need. And it is everyone's interest that we create such a system, for example, of social inclusion of refugees, which enables the people who have to leave their home countries to be able to go back to their home countries, but it's safe. It's very important to emphasize that when we are talking about repatriation, it has to be safe, it has to be with dignity, and it shouldn't be against the will of the refugees. Of course, when we are talking about social inclusion, we are talking about education, healthcare, shelter, and all these very basic needs, which is just natural for us. But also the working possibilities are very important from 2 points of view. first, if you work, it makes you feel important, and it's very important for human dignity. Secondly, if these people can work, that is contributing also to the host country. So when we look at the host question, we find that it is the attitude of mindset, perception, and engagement. And we have to apply here a multifaceted approach. First, the human side. As I mentioned you, human side and refugee protection doesn't only mean legal and physical protection to ensure human dignity. It's also very important that members of parliament, and we are politicians, understand that we have a responsibility here. The way we communicate about refugees and about these people in need is going to influence how our society is communicating and is acting towards these people. So first, the example is very important. Second, the political attitude. We all know that xenophobia is existing in this world, and we have to talk about that. And for some people, this is not because they are bad people. No, it's because they don't know. They don't know these people, they don't know their culture, and they fear the unknown. So that's why politicians, both individually and as a group, have a huge responsibility to build bridges between these communities and not burning these bridges. And finally, the legal attitude. We all know that we have very important international legal instruments which should be, of course, implemented at national level. Here, MPs have a number of possibilities. We can establish the missing legal framework or carry out the reform of these frameworks dealing with refugees, adopt the international agreements, and also initiate bills. Our very important task when we talk about social cohesion is look at the pledges that were made for GCR, and there to oversee our governments, because it was our government that was making these pledges. So members of parliament have responsibility here. And finally, we all know that to solve these problems, we need money. So allocating necessary funds in the budget for the social cohesion of the people in need, it's also the job of the members of the parliament. Here I also must mention that the international community has a responsibility to allocate more funds to solve this problem. And for all this, we all know that members of parliament need to build capacities. Such seminars and also IPU handbooks, and there is one outside on the immigration systems we can use, and other IPU handbooks are very useful to make MPs understand and study deeply this problem and to create an open mind and heart. And last but not least, and I would like to finish with that, we shouldn't forget that we are the lucky ones. But anyone can become a refugee in any time, in any moment. And imagine what you would wish for yourself in such a situation. Make those wishes come true for the ones who are less fortunate.
Merci. Merci pour votre intervention.
Thank you for your intervention. Migrants, refugees, they do have the same fundamental freedoms which are universal. And these are definitely should be protected under any circumstances. And our aim is, of course, to return them with dignity, in safety, and when they return to their countries, we need to ensure their sustainable integration to their society. Now, Rodrigo Sandoval, when you look at the experience of Chile, what can you say? So regarding regular migration, regional agreements, bilateral agreements. Now the floor is yours, Mr. Sandoval. Sorry. Mr. Sandoval will be online. I think he's not here, right? Sorry. I'm mistaken. I thought you were Mr. Sandoval. No, he will be here online.
¿Se escucha bien, no?
Monsieur Sandoval, vous êtes là? Monsieur Sandoval?
Sí, yo escucho bien. ¿Ustedes me escuchan bien?
Do you hear me well?
Tiré de l'expérience du Chili en ce qui concerne la facilitation des canaux migratoires réguliers.
Regarding the regular migration routes within the framework of regional and bilateral agreements, what are you doing in Chile? Can you please share that?
Do you hear me?
Do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I in Spanish.
I will listen.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Good morning from Chile, and also good afternoon for all the people in Istanbul. I have to say that I don't really have a lot of time, so I will speak very fast. First of all, we need to understand that the South American region has had different integration processes. We see that there are different organisms and different bodies that have been created in the different parts of the region. So I'm talking about the Andean Community, Mercosur, the Central American Integration System, also the Pacific Alliance, and the Quito process. We also see different regional integration processes like the Regional Conference for Migration, the South American Migration Conference, and also the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. We have to say that in the South American region, we have seen the incorporation of different human rights instruments. This shows that we can braid the historical problems of the region. We see that the states actually can pay attention to different instruments to develop human rights in the region. This has led to the recognition of the different international agreements. We can see in all these bullet points the importance of the migrants' human rights. In the case of settlement in Latin America, we see a total addition to the Geneva Agreement, to the Geneva Convention. In 1984, the Cartagena Declaration for Refugees considers the importance of refuge. It doesn't only talk about the direct reception of refuge because of belonging to a certain political or social group. It's applied to any context in which there is violence, violation of human rights, or other similar problems. This is extremely important because according to the Cartagena Declaration, all the people need to have the right to refuge. Right now we see that many countries don't want to apply these agreements. Nevertheless, we see a progress from the dictatorial regimes of the 70s in Latin America. After the recovery of democracy in Chile, we see that democracy is established. However, as I say in the presentation, it's important to take into account these processes, we see how in the rest of the world and in the region there is a tension with different populist movements that are trying to change the clear guidelines of political integration. Nevertheless, although we see a development of different instruments in the region, there is no clear regional integration allowing them to understand the concept of migration in the region. The states have an independent management of this problem, and many times they are blinded because they don't know how to progress, to have a progress whenever one country is affected by a different reality. We have different convergence goals in the region. So some of these bullet points are related to how to control borders, the relationship between migration and crime, and also the perception of migrations. Maybe the explanation is due to the fact that we are not similar to Europe. In Europe, we can clearly see the political context of the nations we have today, and that allows us to have a certain regional institutionalization and also to have a better management of migration. In the case of Latin America, those borders are not formed by the political distribution of the government. We have a different configuration. In Latin America, borders and limits are built administratively speaking or politically speaking, and they are not related to the geography or the culture of a certain area. And that's why we have certain tensions in the borders of our region. There is also a geographical problem if we check Canada, the United States, Australia or Oceania. We see that the migration complexities don't come from the outside, they have an intra-regional character. So we see that it's difficult to have a better geographical management of the borders. It's because of this that the most complex areas of the region are normally internally divided between regions, like in the case with the border between North America, between the US and Mexico. We saw the problem between the Dominican Republic and Haiti, Honduras, Guatemala and El Salvador, and it's also the case in Colombia and the case of Venezuela. Venezuela is a very complicated situation. We see that there is a huge number of refugees seeking refuge in the neighboring countries. We see that around 5 million Venezuelans have migrated to other countries, and this has had an effect on different countries. We see the complexity of this migration, and we see how Colombia, which has a border with Venezuela, is receiving many people, as well as countries like Ecuador or Peru. If we make a comparison and we try to establish an idea of how this diaspora is affecting the region, we see that there are countries that are receiving 70% of all the migration flows. At the bottom, we can see that other countries like Ecuador or the Dominican Republic or Argentina and Panama, they are not receiving so many refugees. Nevertheless, we see that in proportion, the most impacted country is Peru. As we can see on the screen, Peru, together with Colombia and the Dominican Republic, they are the countries receiving the highest number of Venezuelan migration. We also see countries like Ecuador, Panama, and Chile, in which the Venezuelan population reaches between 2 and 3%. And then we also see modest numbers like in Costa Rica, Argentina, Mexico, and Brazil. We see that the total percentage is very low. When we talk about migration quotas, it's necessary to look at these numbers. The local governments always repeat that it's necessary to have quotas for the Venezuelan migration, but there is no common agreement.
Monsieur Sandoval, s'il vous plaît, veuillez conclure, s'il vous plaît, et je reviendrai vers vous pour une deuxième question.
Can you please conclude? Because I will get back to you for the second round of questions. Maybe you can provide more information there. My request from you is to wrap up and then you may continue. Thank you very much.
Ok, cierro entonces.
So I'm going to finish this part. I'm going to go till the end. I think that it's necessary to generate capabilities, especially physical capabilities, allowing the countries to have a control of the situation. The parliaments have an idea of what's going on with the migration flows because they receive information from the governments. So it's necessary to receive more information about this phenomenon that is analyzed with the eyes of the 20th century, although we are in the 21st century. That's it. Thank you very much.
Monsieur Sandoval, merci.
Thank you very much for your message, Mr. Sandoval. And also regarding regional agreements, you have given information. Thank you very much. You also talked about their implementation. Yes, refugees, migrants, they are really facing many challenges. And as parliamentarians, we are trying to mutually protect the cultures. And we need to mutually respect the cultures so that these refugees can be integrated to the society in an easy manner. Now, I would like to check if Jalal Abbasi Shavazi is here.
Bonjour, Monsieur Shavazi.
Hello, Mr. Shavazi. Welcome. Welcome. The question. This question is for you. Can you hear me? Yes, I can. So how can we be sure that all the society to integrate all the refugees to the society, how can we engage the whole society to this process? So in the previous session, you had very well explanations. So similarly, we are expecting the same from you within 3 or 4 minutes. Please respect the time limit. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to dear fellow panelists and distinguished participants, and thanks for the opportunity to be part of this panel. As it was discussed in the previous session, social inclusion of migrants and refugees is a multi-dimensional, which I mean educational, employment, housing and settlement, as well as integration in cultural activities in a society, and also is a dynamic and a lengthy process. The integration of and social inclusion of migrants depends upon their social, demographic, and economic patterns. It depends on their legal status, whether they are legal or legal documented or undocumented, whether they are educated or uneducated, skilled. And also it depends whether they are part of a larger network or they are settled in an isolated group of families or migrants in the host society. When a country has a quota and takes a handful of refugees each year, let's say 10,000 to 20,000 as Australia used to take, it is possible to prepare a context within which refugees are settled and integrated easily within the society. But if a country like Iran, Turkey, Pakistan, Jordan, Lebanon are faced with waves of migrants, or as we were hearing in Latin America or Africa, it is really difficult and complicated to make sure that integration and social inclusion is taking place for various reasons. I'm highlighting a couple of areas where we can work to ensure integration of refugees within the societies, not easily, but in a practical way. First, access to education is the key to integration in any society. So we have to provide education to the children and younger generation of migrants, enabling to interact with the community, learn, to gain skills, and also to take messages back to their homes. And this way we can ensure that integration is taking place smoothly. Secondly, we have to provide job and employment opportunities to our refugees. We have seen progress made in the areas of education, but less so in the occupation and sort of employment opportunities. Housing and social networks. If migrants are coming and are being isolated in one part of the society or in remote areas of the society, we should forget and be discouraged about the social inclusion of this group. So integration of migrants within the community and enabling them to interact with normal people, with natives, I think it is important that smoothly they can integrate in the society. It's interesting that, for example, in Iran, more than 70% of refugees, Afghan refugees, are living in urban areas. 97% are living in out of camps. And that has made life sort of relatively easier for them to be within the community. Finally, media and social media is important. They have to play positive roles and fair roles. We have been seeing some, let's say, positiveness. I shouldn't put it negatively. Positive news and positive attitudes toward Ukrainian refugees in Europe, as it should be. But unfortunately, on the other hand, there has been some negative perspectives towards Syrians, Afghans, and African refugees, which really is a double standard. And my worry is that this will lead to some discrimination against some refugees, the results of which will be appearing in the next or two generations, or maybe in 10 or 20 years. We have been seeing some Algerian, for example, refugees who came to France, Turkish migrants who came to Germany, and they were not integrated within the society. And what we've seen, the second generation and third generation are now standing against the morals and attitudes or principles of the whole societies. We have to make sure, in general, that we see social inclusion as a lengthy process. And my humble suggestion to our dear parliamentarians and IPU members is that please, please, and please consider supporting research to take place and measure the degree to which refugees are adapted or isolated within these societies, enabling you to make better policies for integration of refugees. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Abazi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abazi, for your remarks and for your successful presentation. Migration phenomenon from the very first days of history is an experience of human beings, and social integration and cohesion is bringing about a couple of principles. First, respecting human rights and no discrimination amongst host communities and migrants. And migration should be dealt with in its root sources. So we need to deal with the root causes of migration. Next question will be for Gökçe Ok. For you, the philosophy, activity of Turkey within the scope of social cohesion or harmonization, how can you summarize it?
Well, Madam Moderator and valuable parliamentarians, welcome to Turkey. The target location of all the regular and irregular migration is Istanbul, as you know, and welcome to Istanbul. When I listened to the previous presentations, I realized that the common sense works everywhere in the world, and I am very pleased to hear that. So in different geographies, there are different terms used for cohesion. But since you asked me a question about the philosophy of this issue, let me start philosophically. Harmonization, integration, and we shouldn't be speaking about assimilation at all, but these are the main terms. We say uyum in Turkish for harmonization, because we believe that the main subject is human beings. They cannot be integrated because they are not computer chips, and they cannot be assimilated because they have their self-identity. And we are not giving priority to the use of harmonization, but we rather use a term in Turkish which is uyum, the social cohesion. When we say social cohesion, we have this understanding. If you know him, you will definitely love him, because people have this tendency not to love the unknown. So we deal with baby Aylan that we have lost in the Western Anatolia. At the end of the day, we are working with disabled people, mothers and children. That's why we are not dealing with statistics. So once again, I would like to greet you all with love and respect. As you know, 1.4 million of those migrants have their residence permit, and we have given 3.7 million people the temporary protection. They don't have the refugee status, so we actually accept them as the migrants, and together with the Syrian migrants, we have a total 5.4 million numbers of foreigners from 194 different countries living in Turkey. So the harmonization activities of DG migration is carried out with scientific methodologies and legal procedures. But we have a ground. This is humanity and consciousness. The Turkish people cannot separate themselves from consciousness and humanity, because we don't see only irregular migration, but we are also seeing the regular migration from our old hinterland. So the Geneva Convention, we have undersigned the Geneva Convention. After undersigning the Geneva Convention, the Turkish government has founded the legal ground for the migration, and it was Law 6458 in the Turkish legislation, and the social cohesion is defined in the 96th article of the aforesaid law. So with all those migrants are able to move freely, so that all services, all public services like education services, healthcare services, and legal services are provided to migrants. And as a result, all those services are given to those on a voluntary basis. And We have a strategy paper that we have adopted on 2018, the harmonization strategy paper, and we have defined paradigms in that strategy paper. And harmonization is seen as a field of activity for us. So we are providing access to education services, labor market to migrants. Up until now, as the DG Migration, we have initiated harmonization activities in Turkey, and within the framework of those harmonization activities, we given direct service to Turkish citizens and the migrants, and we have spoken with more than 23 million people inside of Turkey, and we have received many awards. We have a call center 157, and it has received many awards. And we have migration consultation centers, and through our migration consultation centers, we have spoken with many migrants, and we have social harmonization center in which we taught Turkish language and also the Turkish history. I mean, how Turkish people behave, how they spend time. So all of those courses are taught to the migrants in those centers as well. And we distributed many books and the guidelines and the handbooks. So by making use of all those activities, we were able to reach out to a total number of 23 million people. During the pandemic, we have organized International Migration Movies Festival, and through that festival, we were able to reach out to a total number of 30 million people. So as I stated, with all of those activities, we both reached out to Turkish community and also the migrants, including, but not limited to, all the foreigners. So in a nutshell, throughout all those activities, we were able to communicate with more than 60 million people. With the DG Commission, and together with all the public bodies, we also provided coordination in our activities. And in rural areas and in cities, we are also organizing migration councils in which universities, NGOs are also participating. Through those councils, we are providing the coordination among our activities. By making use of different concepts, we have come together with the think tank organizations and NGOs as well. We still show a lot of effort for tackling this issue. And we are a country who can really share its experiences. That's why our doors are open for cooperation and collaboration. We are coming together with every stakeholder in the society to exchange our views. That's why I would like to say once again that we are open for collaboration. Thank you.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gökçe. Thank you very much, Mr. Gökçe. So thank you so much for adding on to the data coming from the previous session and the statistics coming from the previous session. We know that Turkey has the experience to manage migration, and we are aware of the social harmonization activities carried out by Turkey, and we would like to thank Turkey once again for all the work that she carried out so far. In the previous session, we have also listened what Turkey is doing for the integration of the migrants to the labor markets, and we know what have been done so far with the law enacted in 2016, and I can say that a similar legal structure is present in my country, in Algeria. And once again, thank you so much for all your answers and all your contributions, and I would like to thank all our panelists for their contributions. Before proceeding with the second round of the questions, let me remind to our parliamentarians once again that if you would like to receive the floor, you can get in touch with the staff in the venue. Please, as you take the point of order, keep it short to 1 or 2 minutes so that we will have a fair share for everyone. Let me continue with the second round, and I kindly request from our panelists to stick with 2 or 3 minutes. Let's go back to Vade for second question. More than half of the refugees are children. So with regards to this issue, what do you think the parliaments can do? Could you please share your opinion with us?
Moderator, honorable colleagues, 36.5 million. This is a number according to United Nations, the number of refugee children by the end of last year. And this number is going to increase because of Ukraine and what's going on in Ukraine. It's not only heartbreaking, but I think it's also one of the biggest sins if children are forced to leave their homeland. Besides providing for them food, water, shelter, we all know that children should be treated with a lot of care. Leaving the one secure place where they were living and arriving in a foreign country, it is a shock in itself, which is often worsened by the sad fact that they have lost their beloved ones. So you can imagine that these children, these very little human beings, they need special psychological treatment so that they can able to go on with their own little lives. We all know that Global Compact on Refugees have child-focused commitments, but I don't think that's enough. Commitments, pledges are very, very important. But when we are talking about children and we are talking about the future of mankind, we need very clear actions. Parliaments and members of parliament have a key role in revising the national law to provide for these children. Here we talk about, as it was mentioned previously, education, healthcare, sufficient and special nutrition, and of course, shelter. And here I would like to agree with our honorable colleague on this panel who was saying that education is critical. It is critical because it can empower, and it is the factor that can empower these kids to be able to have a normal life. Because what we want to avoid is to speak about lost generations. Here we are using different technologies, yes? Some of these children can be illiterate. So we use, and when we talk, we use the most modern technologies, and in the meantime, we face that these children, 36.5 million children are refugees, they might face illiteracy. If you can't read, if you can't write, if you can't count, what is your fate in life? We have to mention in this respect two very special groups. First is the children born from mothers who are themselves refugees. Here we have to talk about statelessness. Unfortunately, many of these children face that because there is no birth registration, they not only don't have a home country, they don't have a nationality. You don't have a home country because you're a refugee, and you don't have a nationality because you're not registered. You're invisible for any system. So that's why it is vital for all countries, and I'm humbly asking, as IHL member, committee member, to please ratify the Convention on Statelessness, and please follow the I Belong campaign of the United Nations that was initiated by Secretary General Antonio Guterres to end statelessness by 2024. And the second group, women, refugees, and girls. They need special attention as they can often become the victims of gender-based violence, forced marriage, and of course, human trafficking and other human rights violations. Parliamentarians should deal with the legal side, the legal part. Parliamentarians should deal with the budgetary side, and it is very important to create the cooperation system within the country as far as the state administration concerned and also the local communities. We need legal, financial, and cultural contribution. And we must remember 36.5 million children last year, which is going to increase this year. They have dreams. They want to be football players, doctors. And this is where we parliamentarians have a responsibility. Please, let's do it together. We have the power within our own parliaments and IPU as well. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame. Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fadzai, for your comments. Well, we should respond to the needs of the migrants because they might be under dire conditions throughout their journeys or in the transit countries they are in, or the country of origin, or the target countries they might face with very difficult situations. We have to protect their rights. Once again, thank you so much, Madam. We will have one more question to Sandoval. He is online. Are you still with us, Mr. Sandoval?
Une autre question pour Monsieur Sandoval?
Mr. Sandoval, we will have one more question. Are you with us?
Yes, I am here.
Yes, I am here. I am here.
Monsieur Sandoval, alors une question à vous.
Then I have a question for you. So, do you think that the countries should develop the irregular migration work programs, and what kind of programs should they be? Can you hear me, Mr. Sandoval?
Yes, I hear you.
Êtes-vous d'avis que les pays devraient améliorer?
So, what do you think? Do you think that the countries should improve the conditions of the irregular migrant workers, and do you think there should be programs regarding to that? If yes, what kind of programs there should be? The floor is yours.
Regular migration is a goal as such. In a region, we have 3 countries that have had this kind of processes. I'm talking about Ecuador. Ecuador has presented a regularization process. They have regularized many cases, and I am also talking about Colombia. Colombia has a different system because they have activated a whole structure to accept that migration wave coming from Venezuela. Any instrument has to be based on a goal, and that goal has to be subjected to the migration goals of the country, and they need to be related to the national goals as well. In this regard, I think that we need to say that general migration, or rather a general regularization, might not have a positive side. That migration has to be related to the reality of the country. For example, let's say that a country needs to focus on the intensive, non-qualified workers. So the regularization process has to focus on that idea. If we have a country which model is basically related to knowledge management, the migration model has to be focusing on that topic. And that is going to determine the requisites and also the goals that we are going to need. We shouldn't mix general migration and also crisis management. The regular migration and the regularization processes need to be clear in normal times. And if we have a humanitarian crisis, the processes have a different logic and they are related to facing emergencies. We need to have a permanent effort of the countries focusing on general regularization, while at the same time they have different instruments to have regular migrations. We see that in Spain, and we also see in other countries. When you are a regular migrant after 2 to 3 years and you have a working permit, you can actually access to a nationality mechanism. So that's why the role of the countries and the parliaments is so important. We need to have the instruments, but we need to have a critical evaluation of the knowledge management, because we want to be able to have a discussion with the executive power, and we need to have the necessary instructions to be able to face the current problems.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, sir, for all your explanations. Yes, the process that you have mentioned is depending on some situations. So parliamentarians have an important duty here in terms of legislative work. Yes, they should assume a responsibility here. And now I would like to turn back to Celal Abbasi Shavazi. He will be joining us online. Mr. Abbasi, are you here?
J'ai une deuxième question pour vous.
I have a second question for you. Up until now, what are the exemplary activities that countries are doing in terms of mobility, in terms of social cohesion, integration of the migrants? Can you please give us some examples? Now you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, sure. I'll be very brief in this part. Let me give you a few examples in a few countries that have been successful. First, Australia, Canada, and few other countries, multiculturalism policy have been very successful by providing opportunity for refugees and migrants to become adopted and integrated into their societies. This can be practiced and shared in other communities and countries. Integration rather than assimilation is a good strategy. Valuing and supporting maintenance of culture at the same time as educating migrants to become part of the society through socialization process is the best way for social cohesion. So that's one example that can be practiced and shared in other countries. Some of the European countries have had an open door policy towards migrants thanks to their migration policies and regulations. And this has also been effective in the mobility of migrants to these destinations, enabling refugees, and it has been positive in many fronts as well. Also, as an example, I'd like to refer to Iran's case that as I mentioned, now there are around 5 million Afghans living in Iran, 97% of living out of camps. And it's interesting that over the last 4 decades, they've been living within the society. I'm not sure how this policy being practiced and where it has come from, but I was observing and analyzing the way that these migrants came either legally or illegally, and they moved to different provinces, although with some restrictions based on the national interest. And there has been burden sharing by the society. So they are not living in camps, and then they are seeing their relatives, their friends, their social networks. And it has been, I think, somehow a successful semi-integration of these migrants into the society. I'm not saying that this is a perfect integration, but this is a semi-informal integration. I think that its lesson should be learned. In 2015, Iran's supreme leader issued a decree allowing illegal or undocumented migrants to be registered at a school that played, I think, significant role in bringing education to these families, which was very successful. And finally, what we have been observing and discussing since yesterday, Turkey's policies and experiences are also noteworthy. The fact that Turkey has hosted this stimulating and inspirational regional and global conference is rather encouraging and commendable. I hope this effort is continued in the future as we will be experiencing migration and refugee, unfortunately, in the future as well. So thanks to all parliamentarians and IPUs, and hope these discussions lead to better understanding and successful and sustainable policies for social inclusion of migrants and refugees. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Abazi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abazi, for these examples and for talking about facilitation of social cohesion and for putting forward the mechanisms about all these. Hopefully, IPU will be taking your recommendations into consideration. Once again, thank you. Now, I'm asking my last question, which is, so this is for Mr. Gökçe Ok. Again, exemplary activities of Turkey's structural and social cohesion policies. When I was answering your first question, I talked about the good practices in Turkey, and you said that we do know this. You appreciated that. You do all know this. But very rapidly, I would like to summarize, and I will be rendering my last sentences. So in Turkey, in terms of accessing public resources, for regular migrants, also for irregular migrants, and also the asylum seekers coming from Syria, their access to public services, let it be health, education, or social services. We do have regulated activities for all of these, and there is no problem with access. So we do have harmonization trainings and life trainings and how they can stay in Turkey in terms of the parameters of all these. We do have intense programs and activities for all of these. But here, maybe we need to talk about the barriers in front of social cohesion because migration, when it comes to the field of cohesion, it's like a black hole. Whatever you put inside, it swallows it, and it's like sponge sucking the water in. So there's a serious problem here, and this is also consuming all the resources of the globe. Maybe valuable parliamentarians should know this, should discuss this. In my first remarks, I also said this in terms of migration policies, in terms of integration activities. Turkey is one of the good examples because we do have the perspective of science, logic, but migration and its relation with social cohesion. Yes, we do have some barriers here. And the first one is, as told by the other panelists before me, so we shouldn't let any lost generations. All the children of the world should be seen as our own children. So this is very important. This is what we need to discuss. And the second thing is, so there is no country or in the world which triggered these migration fluxes. So in sub-Saharan Africa, in Latin America, the crises, and also in Turkey, there are irregular migrations coming from east and going to west. So there are causes of this. There's a ground to that. So you shouldn't exploit anywhere in the world. So the spiritual and financial resources shouldn't be exploited. The human beings shouldn't be exhausted. You shouldn't exhaust civilization and humanity. If you do not exhaust humanity, then there will not be any migration. So there are three axes forming the world in these geographies. If there is poverty, if there is deprivation, if there is lack of justice, if there is economic problems because of climate change, then somehow these geographies, this is because that these geographies are being uncontrollably exploited. If the countries causing this, if they just retain their bloody hands from these geographies, we will find the solutions. In the countries which shoulders the burden of this, of course, it's not possible that migration crisis will be over. But if you want social cohesion to happen, then valuable parliamentarians, I think, should think about it. As a citizen, as a person, as a high-level official dealing with migration policies, and as a person whose family migrated from Thessaloniki to Izmir 100 years ago, I can say this. So social cohesion policies should be on a sound basis. So to happen them on a sound basis, to make people happy, Turkey's statement, motto, world is bigger than five, maybe as a wisdom, as a philosophy, as a paradigm, we need to think about it. So this is clear. If the world, if the earth, planet earth is all of ours, then we shouldn't force people to leave their countries, migrate. We shouldn't exploit our resources. We need to respect the world spiritually and materially. And every child and every baby island should be seen as our boys and girls. We shouldn't let any lost generations. We need to make them more peaceful in the future. They need to realize themselves in the future and ontologically, and as human beings to value themselves. I think what we need to do in the field of social cohesion is we need to have our mental comfort. Our mental approaches should be shifted. Once again, on behalf of myself and the institution, I would like to convey my greetings to all of you and all the parliamentarians here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gökçeok, for all these information about Turkey's experiences. Of course, the structural processes should be supported because migration is a global phenomenon and integration or social cohesion is a priority here. For sustainable development and to reach sustainable development goals, social cohesion should be met. And I would like to extend my thanks to the Speaker of the Mexican Senate and all the panelists, Mr. Gökçeok, Ms. Agnes Vadai. Thank you very much. And now we have 10 contributions from the room. I'll be giving them the floor for 2 minutes each. When asking their questions, first we have John Nicholson from United Kingdom. I think he's not here. Is he here? Yes. Yes, please. You're asking for the floor.
Madam Chair, good afternoon, everybody. In Scotland, we have a saying, Ciud mil u falcha. It's in our ancient Gaelic language, and it means 100,000 welcomes. Whoever you are, wherever you come from, you're welcome in our country. And if you're fleeing persecution and seek sanctuary, you're doubly welcome. Yesterday we marked World Refugee Day. Scotland has a long tradition of receiving refugees and asylum seekers with open arms. We believe they should be welcomed, supported and integrated into our communities from day one. The Scottish Government has a new Scots refugee stratagem to ensure that refugees and asylum seekers can rebuild their lives as soon as they arrive in Scotland. Whether on employment rights and welfare rights, housing, education, language, any issue, we will support them. But sadly, Scotland isn't yet fully independent. That day will come soon. But for the moment, I'm sitting here with my friends at the United Kingdom table. Scotland's foreign and immigration policy is controlled by Boris Johnson and the UK government. It's a tragedy. Our warm greeting of 100,000 welcomes is being drowned out by the increasing xenophobic and insular snarls of Brexit Britain. And while much of Northern Europe opened its arms and borders, the UK government made asylum as bureaucratic as possible for Ukrainians fleeing Russia's evil war against their peaceful country. And the UK has been even less accommodating for those fleeing Putin and Assad's poison gas attacks on the innocent civilian populations of Syria. As Kabul fell and the medieval Taliban took over Afghanistan, many desperate people called on the UK government for help. One man, a young gay teacher in Kabul, got in touch with me directly, pleading for support to find a way for him to escape the horrors that had befallen his country. I had to tell him that there was no clear legal route for asylum to the UK for Afghans facing persecution and death under that monstrous regime. And now we live with the shame of the UK government threatening to send warships to intercept fragile dinghies overflowing with asylum seekers in the English Channel. Should you make it to the shores of Britain, you can be detained and perhaps electronically tagged, not allowed to work regardless of your expertise. And if the UK government gets its way before your asylum request is granted, you may be deported to Rwanda, hardly a country with the most glowing human rights record. In conclusion, as an independent country, this will not be Scotland's approach. On aid targets and on asylum, we pledge to be one of the most progressive countries in the world because, as all of us sit here warm and dry, well fed by our hosts, surely every single one of us must be thinking of these poor people of whom we speak, often fleeing for their lives, there but for the grace of God. Let's pledge to do better and let's mean it. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
Islamic Jiran. Dr. Elham Azad.
I thought I'd throw in the word in conclusion to stop her. I could see her twitching.
Vous êtes là?
Islamic Republic of Iran. Are you there?
عرض سلام، ادب، احترام دارم و همچنین تقدیر و تشکر می‌کنم از میزبانی خوب پارلمان ترکیه. مسئله پناهجویی مسئله‌ای مرتبط با کرامت انسانی است و کمک به پناهجویان به معنای تأمین امنیت و فرصت‌های جدید برای افراد است. محرومیت از حقوق بشر هنگامی آشکار می‌شود که فرد از داشتن
Human dignity is shared by all human beings, and respecting the innate human dignity means recognizing the inherent value of each individual and committing to treating individuals according to that value. One of the characteristics of migration is lack of access to the minimum facilities required to maintain human dignity. Although emphasizing the importance of human dignity in words, unfortunately, the powerful governments and actors involved in the migration issue ignore it in practice. They enforce policies that marginalize refugees and fuel the fire of insecurity that refugees face and force them to make dangerous journeys to certain countries. These dangerous journeys include a variety of issues, such as abuse and extortion of migrants by human traffickers, visa restrictions, and problems such as getting lost and dying at sea. In general, it can be said that the situation of refugees is not favorable at the global level, and the countries that receive them are trying to pass the heavy burden of migrants onto each other. At the same time, the media discourse in these countries is also against refugees. As members of parliament, we must always bear it in mind that human dignity takes precedence over politics, and individuals should not be enslaved to social arrangements. Rather, social arrangements should be adjusted based on the human dignity. Refugees deserve protection and assistance because they are human beings and enjoy human dignity. Ignoring these merits, restricting their rights, and forcing them to have an illegal way of living and unheeding their voices means ignoring their innate value and equality as individuals with human dignity. The Islamic Republic of Iran has long been hosting one of the largest populations of refugees and migrants in the world, and thanks to the government's progressive and comprehensive policies, refugees have been given access to education, health, and livelihood that have not only helped them survive, but also helped them progress. Undoubtedly, nowhere else in the world the human dignity of immigrants has been protected and respected to such an extent, and the Islamic Republic of Iran has been very successful in this regard. And in the absence of cruel and unfair sanctions, it could have provided much more services to them. We underscore the need for international cooperation for safe, voluntary, unhindered, and dignified repatriation of migrants, especially those affected by war and domestic unrest, as well as the issue of early recovery, such as electricity, water, etc., as set forth in the Security Council resolutions. We also emphasize immigrants and refugees should not be used as an instrument to push concessions. Immigrants should not be victims and hostages of political. Thank you for your attention.
Silvia Ginica.
Thank you very much. The floor is in Romania right now.
Distinguished colleagues, distinguished panelists, on the behalf of to the Turkish Interparliamentary and the Grand National Assembly for hosting this event. Romania to provide protection for the refugees under various forms. As donor of official development agenda, as relocation state, and as promoter of the humanitarian agenda. Unfortunately, today we meet in dire circumstances. The unprovoked and unjustified war in Ukraine has experienced worldwide, including a huge refugee. As a neighboring country, and the NATO and EU Ukraine, my country has been on the front line providing accommodation, food and emergency support services to more than 1 million people, most children who entered Romania since 24th of February. Created laws to proper manage the Ukrainian refugee crisis, and the scope of from the legislation to initiatives for refugees. For the almost 90,000 Ukrainian refugees who remain on our territory, we are making every effort to provide access to medical care, school enrollment, and free transportation. There are almost 40,000 children among there. More than 2,400 children have already been integrated in Romanian school, many of them benefiting from Ukrainian language. I have a question for the panelists, because one of the most important lessons we have learned in Romania when addressing the Ukrainian refugee crisis is that an efficient response requires coordination and cooperation among all actors, central and local authorities, parliament, civil society, private sectors.
s'il vous plaît, madame.
Therefore, I would like to ask the panelists, which are in your opinion, the best mechanism for the coordinations of all stakeholders for putting together all resources so as to have a maximum coherence, effectiveness in our efforts. Thank you.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you very much. I'd like to yield the floor to Rwanda. Albera, the floor is yours. Please respect your time limit. Let's not go over 2 minutes. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Rwanda Parliament, I would like to share a message with you. The Rwanda Parliament would like to invite you to the Kigali summit, which will take place between 11th and 15th of October 2022. This summit will take place in Rwanda, in Kigali. By taking this opportunity, hopefully within this summit, we will have a chance to strengthen the activities of our parliaments, and we will be able to contribute remarkably to the solutions of the global problems. Well, via 147th IPU meeting, the parliaments will find a chance to exchange their views regarding to legal frameworks and political actions, and gender equality will be among the topics which we will discuss in this summit. So we believe that these summits will have global ramifications. The democracy, the gender equality, and sustainable development hopefully will be supported thanks to this summit. We, in advance, would like to welcome you to our meeting that will take place on October in Kigali. We hope to see you there. We will continue with Poland. Gabriela.
Good afternoon.
Veuillez respecter le temps, s'il vous plaît, 2 minutes.
Yes.
Please respect time.
The mass influx of people from Ukraine poses a challenge to the European Union as a whole and to neighboring countries in particular, including Poland, which so far received the largest number of Ukrainian refugees. Poland has stood to the challenge of ongoing influx on displaced people. Between 24 February and 19 June, the number of those who left Ukraine exceed 7.7 million. 4.16 million people have crossed Polish border. Today, estimated number of Ukrainian citizens in Poland is 1.5 million people. And since the beginning, Poland has advocated that Ukrainian refugees should be offered security and necessary assistance together with a clear status. The first legislation was set 12th of March, and it guarantees the legality state for all Ukrainian citizens and their spouses who have come to Poland after the Russian invasion has started. The law assumes that each Ukrainian citizen who stays legally in Poland has access to labor market, public healthcare system, social welfare and education under the same terms and conditions as Poland's citizens. Immediately after crossing the border, people are referred to relevant reception points at the border and in the country where they receive detailed information on the procedure to legalize their stay in Poland, places where they can get hot meals, temporary accommodation, or basic health care. 37 reception points for foreigners have been operating in Poland. All students who came from Ukraine have the options to continue their education. Within 2 months, more than 190,000 Ukrainian pupils and students, including kindergarten, entered the Polish education system. The most important is that Ukrainian citizens declare that they want to come back home as soon as possible. But we don't know if it will be possible in few weeks, few months, or few years. Thank you.
Merci. Je passe à la Libye.
Thank you very much. We continue with Libya. There are still 3 points of order. We don't see the name. Libya. Al-Fallah.
El-Gemmi.
نعم.
Ms. President of the session, dear audience, peace be upon you. I am Al-Gummi, the chair of the Higher Council of the State in Libya. On behalf of the Libyan delegate, I would like to thank the friendly state of Turkey, the Turkish Parliament, and the IPU for organizing and hosting this summit for the parliamentarians. As everybody may know, that my state, Libya, has been suffering from the issue of migration, and you know that Libya in the past was a country of transit, and now it became a country of transit and country of destination at the same time, because a lot of migrants have settled in Libya and they were integrated in the local labor markets. Libya tried to address this problem through the different institutions and the framework that is available, because Libya is the gate, the northern gate of Africa towards the Mediterranean and Europe. So thousands and thousands of migrants go through Libya in hopes of reaching the shores of safety in their destination of their choice. We all know that the problem of migration and refugees will not end soon, but we can mitigate this problem if action points and security, legal, cultural, social, and economic programs are adopted. Those programs can be in the country of origin in order to control, or for those countries to address this phenomenon of migration that is going or heading north in huge numbers. We also need to take measures that lead to accepting the migrants, because it is not acceptable that some countries accept migrants and other countries push back those migrants forcibly to their homelands. We need to acknowledge everybody that we are all part of this problem, and this requires to work together. And nobody can escape the obligation to deal with this problem. We all should look at the issue of migration as a humanitarian issue and not as a security issue. That's why Libya is trying as much as possible to participate in all relevant agreements or meetings, and the best proof of that, having a delegation from the Higher State Council of Libya in this conference. Amid the conditions that my country is going through, and you all know the conditions that we are living, we are trying to deal as seriously as possible and as humanely as possible with the phenomenon of migration and the flow of thousands from Africa through Libya, to provide the actual support for the state institutions relevant to the issue of migration in terms of the physical support and the human capital support for them. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
La Libye, les deux autres, c'est bon, c'est un seul qui... Parce que j'ai...
So there are still 2 point of orders from Libya. I believe they are not asking for the microphone, so we have completed the Libyan. Hava?
ليبيا
تفضلي. Allez-y.
نعم هو في الحقيقة نعم
2 minutes only. Okay, I only need 1 minute. In fact, I just want to add, after what I heard in the morning session, I felt troubled and I wanted to have my input on that topic. That 85% of the underdeveloped countries are hosting 85% of the migrants. It means that the underdeveloped countries are under a huge burden. That's why I want to make a call upon the parliamentarians to put pressure on their respective countries to share the burden, to share the responsibility in their policies, because it is not acceptable that underdeveloped countries take all of that burden. This is the first point. The second point, we need to have coordination amongst those underdeveloped countries at the level of parliamentarians to put the pressure on their governments in order to share the responsibility, the moral responsibility and the human responsibility in order to provide support for their migrants, and also to address the root causes for this phenomenon of migration, which is conflicts in the unstable and underdeveloped countries. So there should be efforts to bring peace to these countries, and that will be the beginning of solving or addressing the problem of migrants in the world. We know that the entire world has become a globalized world, a small village. So anything that happens in one place, those conflicts are becoming globalized and they affect other places in the world. So we need to deal with our problems together in that perspective. Thank you very much.
Merci. On passe.
Thank you very much. We will continue with the United Arab Emirates.
أيها السيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, the recent data that is coming from the Economic and Social Department affiliated with the United Nations in 2020, the number of international migrants in 2020 are about 85 millions, which are 1.6% of the world. But this is not, this number cannot be verified because this is linked with the conflicts, wars, economic problems and the demographic changes that are happening in the world. Dear brothers and sisters, the United Arab Emirates is hosting around 200 nationalities, providing for them the opportunity to live freely and dignity in an environment of tolerance and acceptance of the other. And we have an important role for the coexistence of all religions, ethnicities, and anything that has to do with the human coexistence. Through the history of UAE, we have made it clear that we deal in a friendly manner with all countries, and we have provided developmental support and humanitarian support to over 100 countries around the world. And our support is provided on 3 pillars. First, in the level of development, humanitarian aid, humanitarian support, and aid and relief support. All of these support are to mitigate poverty, to providing the help for the children, and we have a camp for refugees between a joint camp between Jordan and the United Arab Emirates, which hosts about 70,000 refugees. The United Arab Emirates provide other facilities, not only facilities for the needs of the refugees, but we also provide the programs so refugees can be empowered and self-reliant and get rid of the aid or relief that is provided in them. And I would like to point to the International Sharga Award that supports refugees and in coordination with the UNHCR, and this award is provided for the pioneers who have initiatives that are related to in the humanitarian field provided to refugees. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Le temps, veuillez pour les prochains. Alors le Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, please. Yes, you have the floor, Zimbabwe.
Much, Madam Moderator. Zimbabwe would like to thank the Grand National Assembly of Turkey and the Interparliamentary Union for organizing this very important conference, and also send my greetings to all parliamentarians from the people of Zimbabwe. The first point I would like to say, Madam Moderator, is that presently Zimbabwe is aligning its laws with UN conventions and special sustainable development goals on refugees and migrants to ensure compliance with all global compact agreements. Second, Zimbabwe has a long history of labor migration and integration in its communities, dating from the 1920s, 1930s, all the way up to 1980s, when we hosted several refugees from neighboring African countries, and these were fully and harmoniously integrated back to their communities at the appropriate time. So that has not been an issue. Thirdly, what is of concern to Zimbabwe, Madam Moderator and the delegates here, is that Zimbabwe is a transit country for migrants going south to our neighboring country, South Africa. And because of porous borders, we experience a lot of movement across the country, which calls for multi-sectoral approach to handling of issue of migration. But of concern to Zimbabwe is that the root causes of migration from Zimbabwe to the rest of the world. In total, Zimbabwe has lost over 3 million Zimbabweans, mostly skilled people, going to other countries of the world in search of greener pastures, all because of the root causes being illegal sanctions that are imposed by powerful countries in Europe and America on Zimbabwe, causing serious economic meltdown on the country of Zimbabwe. And as a result, this has led to serious brain drain of the economy of Zimbabwe and worsening the situation. We therefore also want to observe that many countries in the world have assisted Zimbabweans in...
Can you please conclude?
Creating our communities, particularly in neighboring countries. We applaud these nations for that effort. But unfortunately, in some instances, it has also led to xenophobic attacks on Zimbabweans. Finally, we just want to call upon all countries in the world to observe these UN conventions and ensure that there is harmonious integration and aligning of laws so that human rights are always and respected by all the countries. I thank you, Madam Moderator, ma'am.
Merci.
Thank you. Morocco.
I would like to say that migration is one of the characteristics of human beings, and we cannot end it. However, we can manage it effectively if there is a political will. All international documents that have been ratified by most of the countries put obligations on these countries to deal with migrants humanely. This is the international law. The International Compact of Migration that was ratified in Marrakesh relied on international agreement, a number of international agreements, amongst which I will mention, for example, the Global Declaration of Human Rights, the UN agreement on combating organized crime and the protection of women, etc., etc. This charter focused on the issues that enable migrants to live freely with dignity in the countries of destinations and countries of transit until the conditions in their homelands allow them to go back. And in those charter, we say that they should be empowered to get into, to have access to the healthcare systems in the countries, to have decent housing, to be allowed to work, and to be provided with legal assistance in before the judicial systems and other law enforcement systems, and allow them to be integrated, along with allowing them to maintain their identity. We denounce the hate speech and discrimination that is found in the narrative of a lot of the extreme rightist parties in the Western countries that try to put all the burdens and the problems that they are facing on the shoulders of the migrants. And we need to remind the people that migrants are an added value to the countries of destination. For example, the United States was built by migrants. And we don't forget that Europe, after World War II, was built by migrants, and migrants contributed to supporting its economy and its status in the world. So migration is part and parcel of the human dynamics, and it can be used by the countries to improve and boost their economy. However, despite the laws that are present, although they are not obligatory or binding, but the world should deal positively with the migrants, and countries are not doing that. And we see that there are obstacles that are put by certain countries that are contradictory to the principles of human rights, principles of the free movement and the free living in the place of a choice. These obstacles and these walls that are being built are illegal. And if we take notice of that, as we said in the morning, 85% of the migrants and displaced people are living in African countries or in countries with weak economy, whereas 10 to 15% of the migrants are living in Western countries. I hope that those countries will be brave enough to deal with this phenomena, the phenomena of migration, in a way that will make migrants feel that when they are moving from one country to another, especially when they are doing that forcibly because of war or poverty or hunger or the problems that they have in their original countries, so they can receive help and support until they can go back to their countries. And make sure that when the conditions are right in the original countries, all the migrants will go back to their countries. Thank you. In the name of God, and all prayers and blessings be upon His messenger. To comment on the topic of this session and how to adjusting lives of migrants and refugees, I would say that since Algeria is a host country of migrants, we have been up to our obligation, not only by ratifying the relevant agreements and adjusting our domestic laws, but also translating those agreements domestically into action points. And this is what should be done by all countries of the world. This can only be done when there is a strong political will and an honest political will. However, I would say that rich countries should not overlook the host countries. They rather should share these burdens and responsibility, especially after we heard from most of the speakers that those countries are hosting 85% of the total number of migrants. That's why we need to raise our voices and call upon them to take their share of these burdens and support the host countries, and not only by financial support, though important, but also through providing logistical, technical, material, and human capacities for regulating and organizing and managing migration to enable those countries to manage the phenomenon of migration, and to provide the ability of those countries to integrate those migrants. In order to do that, we need to support the health framework, educational framework, and university education framework as well. And that will allow to provide job opportunities and to provide economic development, social development, and the protection from conflicts, and maintaining the peace and stability in those countries, in host countries. This can only be done by non-intervention in the internal affairs of these countries, and making joint funding mechanisms for the host countries. Finally, dear audience, I would like to seize this opportunity as we are in the last session Turkey to hold this conference because of the experience that this country has, that I would repeat myself and say that it was a role model that we should follow. And I hope that this conference will be successful and fruitful and come up with recommendations and outputs that can serve the migrants and maintain their integrity and dignity. Thank you very much.
Merci. Je passe à la Turquie.
I would like to give the floor to Turkey. Distinguished participants, as parliamentarians for 2 days now, we are discussing all dimensions of migration. We, as parliamentarians in our country for migrants, if there is none, of course, first we need to enact migration policies, laws, and we need to implement them. And for human dignity, we need to raise awareness amongst our citizens. Of course, their dream is to survive, first of all. Migrants' dream is to survive, first of all. But for 2 days now, we are discussing that. So we do have members of migrant families, and even there are people representing their countries who were once migrants. So for that reason, the 5 permanent members of UN should respect human beings, humanity, and they should solve the problems by not interfering into the internal affairs of the countries so that they will not cause any more migration problems. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We have come to the end of this session. I would like to extend my thanks to the organizers of this meeting and all the parliamentarians who provided their opinions, and for all your contributions. Yes, we are all exerting our efforts, and we are all doing this based on some principles. And when doing so, always we need to respect the human rights and dignity of migrants and refugees. Yes, there is a problem. So people leave their homes because of these problems, and we need to come up with some decent solutions to these problems. Now we will break, and 5 minutes later we will come back and continue here. Thank you.
ceremony.
So it's not closed till now.
Closing session will start.
Will start.
Yes.
Now?
Maybe 15 minutes.
15.
We are waiting to Professor Mustafa Şentop.
Yeah. Who I'm asking about
Yes.
him. Because the time and the agenda is different.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
it's supposed to be from 4 to 4:30.
Yes.
In the agenda.
Yes.
The session will be finished. All the program will be finished.
First speaker is reporter, and then our speaker, Professor Mustafa Şentop, and then we will finish. Maybe half an hour.
Half an hour?
Yes.
Okay.
Continue half an hour. I think so. Thank you.
Yok başkan bey gelecek. Şey dediler. Buyurun yapın.
Tamam.
Last year, 1 year ago, maybe remember, Ishkodra, Kiran and Ishkodra, we visit. Yes, of course, the lake, near the lake, we went to restaurants near the lake in Ishkodra. But the pandemic, when we arrived in Kiran, the pandemic, after 10 o'clock, no go outside. Yes, the Plaza Hotel we stay. And nice.
See you again.
Sorry?
Hope to see you again.
The same to you for the first time in Istanbul.
Yes.
Yes. And also I know the protocol meeting.
O zaman headset'i takabiliriz.
Tabii. Arkadaş, Furkan, headset bağlayabilir miyiz?
Say hey, ses kontrol, sound check, say hey. Ah. Say hey, ses kontrol, sound check, ses deneme. Say ah. Şş. Say hey, ses kontrol, sound check, ses deneme, ses kontrol. Hey ah. Ah. Say. Ses kontrol, say hey. Tamam.
Say. Say. Say. Say. Hey. Say. Ses prova 1 2 3 4. Prova test. Prova test prova. Prova prova. Say. Ses 1 2 3 4. Prova test. Say. Prova test. Say. Prova test. Ses 1 2 3 4. Alo. Hey. Test 1 2 3 4. Prova test. Prova test. Prova test 1 2 3 4. Say. Alo. Hey. Prova. Prova test. Prova test 1 2 3 4. Ses 1 2 3 4. Prova. Prova test. Ses 1 2 3 4. Sound check 1 2 3 4. Deneme test 1 2 3 4. Prova test. Prova test. Alo. Hey. Ses 1 2 3 4. Ses. Prova test. Prova test. Prova test. Prova, prova. Prova, prova. Prova, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Prova, test. Prova, test. Prova, test. Prova, test. Prova, test. Prova, test. Ses 1, 2, 3, 4. Prova, test. Prova, test. Prova, test. Test. Alo. Hey. Prova, test. Prova, test. Prova, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Say. Prova, test. Prova, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Prova. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4. Ses 1, 2, 3, 4. Alo. Say. Ses 1, 2, 3, 4. Prova, test. Alo. Hey. Alo. Hey. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alo. Hey. Prova, test. Prova, test. Ses 1, 2, 3, 4. Ses 1, 2, 3, 4. Prova, test. Prova, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alo.
1st June 2022, jointly organized by the Parliamentary Union and the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, June 2022. It was, in fact, a first global parliamentary conference focusing on refugees, forced migration, with participation from Africa, Asia, Europe, Eurasia, the Middle East, and North and South America. The first of such took place in Rabat, Morocco in December 2018. Participants included 16 speakers and deputy speakers, along with senior members of parliaments worldwide. Inspiring, substantive opening addresses were presented by the President of IPU, Duarte Pacheco, Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, Dr. Mustafa Duarte Sentop, and a video speech by the President of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, formally opened the event. While addressing international migration overall, the focus of the conference was on refugees and responses to forced migration. The 6 formal sessions addressed international governance standards, global compacts, and global policy agendas, sustainable solutions, and addressing root causes of forced migration, addressing irregular migration, including by managing borders and combating transnational crime, experience of Turkey hosting the highest number of refugees in the world, and enabling human dignity, social inclusion, and cohesion for refugees and migrants. Sessions were opened with keynote addresses by Sahida Garafova, Speaker of Azerbaijan Parliament. Please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. I'm struggling to get them right. The Deputy Speaker of Jordan, Ismail Katakli, the Deputy Minister of the Interior of Turkey, and Olga Sanchez Cordero, the Speaker of the Mexican Senate. Martha Matrai, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Hungary. With parliamentary, international organization, academic, and parliamentary experts, the interactive sections drew first on interviews with parliamentary, international organization, academic, and parliamentary experts, then incorporated the voices, views, and experiences of a dozen or more parliamentary delegates in each session, allowing for delegates of nearly every national parliament present to contribute to the discussion. Sessions moderators included Silvia Monica Dinica, Senator, Romania; Patrick Taran, President of Global Migration Policy Associates; Lucy Melubu Obison, President of the Senate of Gabon; Ravs Kavaki Khan, Member of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey; Farida Limi, Member of the People's National Assembly of Algeria; and Guada Borokian, Member of Seimas of Lithuania. Context review. The conference took place in the context of international migration, punctuated by recent increases in the forced displacement of people, both within countries and internationally, as refugees and asylum seekers. Speakers noted that some 280 million people are counted in the United Nations estimates as international migrants worldwide, persons resident in a country other than that of their birth or citizenship for a period of a year or more, the vast majority of whom are migrant workers at all skills and education levels and members of their families. The UN High Commission for Refugees Office counted at the end of 2021 27.1 million refugees and 4.6 million asylum seekers, a considerable rise in the last several years. As well, there are an estimated 53.2 million internally displaced persons, IPDs. Concern for stateless persons was also evoked. Numerous issues were flagged throughout the 2 days of intense proceedings. the role and importance of international migration for economic sustainability of countries and regional economic communities, the contributions of migrants and refugees to both countries of residence and safe haven, and to countries of origin, such as by skills and labor. By the skills and labor they bring that support economic growth and sustainability, and remittances sent back that represent an important economic resource for many countries of origin. Concerns were emphasized throughout the conference on the huge challenges faced by many countries receiving refugees, asylum seekers, forcibly displaced persons, and war evacuees from neighboring countries. Parliamentarians from many countries lamented that often the countries with the fewest resources were hosting the most refugees, and that nonetheless, they are far more generously providing refugee protection and assistance than developed countries. Fair and equitable responsibility sharing and enhanced international cooperation clearly emerged as the fundamental messages. Many participants emphasized a rightful expectation that developed countries of the West, particularly in Europe, needed to assume an equitable share of responsibility for providing protection to refugees and assisting countries elsewhere with large refugees and displaced persons populations. Concern was also expressed that countries providing weapons to conflict situations and or engaged in military interventions have a most crucial responsibility to both engage in peacemaking dialogue and negotiations and to provide support to the victims of those conflicts. A major concern raised by parliamentarians as well as experts and academics was the rise in xenophobia, intolerance, exclusion, and violence directed against refugees and migrants, manifested in many countries. Participants urged that attention to rolling back racism and xenophobia must be an immediate priority for parliamentary, government, and public attention in countries worldwide. The urgency for parliamentary engagement and action were reiterated throughout the conference, notably the imperative of governance under the rule of law requiring key roles, responsibilities, and functions for the legislative branch of government. Participants emphasized the need for parliamentary engagement in ratification and domestication of international conventions and guidelines, elaborating and enacting national legislative frameworks on governance and regulation on all aspects of migration, including human rights and labor rights protection for migrants and refugees, as well as refugee protection, guiding the executive branch as directly elected representatives of the people of the country, monitoring and holding the administration and other stakeholders accountable. Special mention was made of parliamentary roles in urging international dialogue and cooperation and in engaging directly in international dialogue among parliamentarians. The importance of generating international guidance for parliamentarians was underlined, such as by the IPU and regional parliamentary resolutions, conferences, guidelines, and practical handbooks. Governance of migration, international standards, global compacts, and parliamentary imperatives. Participants reiterated understandings that international human rights conventions, international labor standards, the 1951 Convention, and 1967 Protocol on the status of refugees, as well as relevant regional instruments, provide the foundation for national governance and regulation on migration of refugee protection and assistance. It was noted that many of these have been ratified by most of the countries of participating parliaments, with the core Human Rights Convention highly ratified in all regions. All states being bound by the ILO fundamental conventions and 150 states having ratified one or both the 1951 Convention and the 1967 Protocol on the status of refugees. Conventions on migration governance and migration for employment or migrant workers have been ratified by nearly 100 countries, with the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and members of their families counting 56 ratifications and 14 more signatories. Highly ratified in Central and South America, the Caribbean, Central, West, and Maghreb Africa, and several countries in the Middle East. The Global Compact on Refugees and the Global Compact on Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration provide essential guidance as instruments to guide the advance and realization of principles and standards contained in relevant international movements by all countries. The compacts were characterized as a successful manifestation of multilateralism and international cooperation. However, expert speakers and parliamentary participants noted that while progress in implementation of the respective compacts was discerned in the recent review processes, there is still far more to be done to achieve the vision and practical results anticipated in those compacts. Participants lamented that the contextual situation for implementation of the compacts has worsened in crucial ways since their adoption. Key factors referred to include the worldwide travel, mobility, and migration restrictions imposed universally at the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the evident rise in xenophobia and in scapegoating of foreigners, migrants, and refugees for spread of the pandemic, and the economic slowdown that both raised unemployment and reduced economic activity, thus the generation of the financial means of government and others to respond to needs of refugees and migrants. Nonetheless, a number of countries took measures to include migrants and refugees in COVID-19 responses, to extend permits or otherwise regularize immigration status, to halt forced removals, and to engage alternatives to detention. The Sustainable Development Agenda was emphasized as a key and fundamental package of standards and guidance that addresses migration in all its aspects, and in particular, resolving drivers and causes of forced migration by supporting development that will ultimately enable conditions for people to remain where they are in safety, dignity, and well-being in decent work, and to permit migration to be a choice rather than compelled, as it is for many today. Participants expressed a common view that parliaments need to remain in the driver's seat to domesticate international instruments, formulate policy in concert with government executive, to review and revise national legislation in conformity with international norms, and to oversee government action and implementation on international standards and global compacts. Addressing root causes and drivers of compelled migration in countries of origin. The conference debated on root causes and drivers of compelled or forced migration, noting that this is an important element in the Global Compact on Refugee Agenda. Nonetheless, parliamentarians emphasized that implementing the targets and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals will be the definitive means to resolving and indeed preventing the root causes of forced human displacement. In the course of the conference, parliamentarians from most of the countries represented shared experience with views on factors compelling migration. Key factors identified in the discussion were absence of decent work and means for survival according to local standards, environmental degradation, both from man-made and natural causes, consequences of global warming, particularly sea level rise threatening the very existence of island countries, coastal and lowlands in many countries. Participants were especially concerned about the current and recent forced displacement resulting from civil warfare in numerous countries, external military interventions, inter-ethnic conflicts within and between countries, and other situations of mass violations of human rights. Delegates identified several key roles and responses that parliaments should engage in: peacemaking, facilitating and engaging in negotiations, acting to prevent, impede, and stop inter-ethnic conflict, including against foreigners, migrants, and refugees, promoting jobs-rich development, engaging on regional integration for economic development, which concerns a large number of the countries represented, accelerating environmental mitigation and adaptation, and generally engaging and acting on implementing all elements of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Demand-driven mobility and migration. Discussion at different points across the conference acknowledged that a major factor in international migration today is objective economic and demographic need for migration in an increasing number of countries, and that the Global Compact on Migration includes many elements of guidance for governance. The conference acknowledged the needs and demand for immigration in countries in all regions of the world for reasons of maintaining economic sustainability and competitiveness, to compensate for labor force aging and decline, to obtain skills and labor corresponding to fast-changing technology for which national workers are not trained, and the changing locations of where work is done and where supply chains are located. While the conference did not dwell substantively on regular migration, delegate voices reminded that there remains much to be done to open or widen what the GCM refers to as regular pathways to develop immigration systems, to expand and implement the 10 or more existing systems of free movement in regional economic communities of states, and to expand multilateral and bilateral skills and labor mobility arrangements, including bilateral labor agreements, while ensuring that these incorporate and uphold international human rights and labor standards. Responsibility sharing and managing borders/boundaries. Responsibility sharing and managing borders or boundaries was a key issue of debate during the conference, related to issues of binding international standards, international cooperation, and extensive guidelines in both global compacts on refugees and on migration. Delegates consistently reminded that refugees are a global concern and shared responsibility for which all countries have obligations. Participants evoked a number of guidelines meriting particular attention, including humanitarian support to victims of war, violations of rights and deprivation of options for decent life in all places and circumstances, priority for opportunities for settlement in place in countries of asylum or safe haven, expanding opportunities and offers of resettlement elsewhere, especially to share the responsibility with countries on the front line of refugee flight, support for refugees' choice to remain and close to homeland, choice to remain as close to homeland, to return if and when possible, or to settle in places or settle elsewhere where there may be possibilities for decent life and work, stop preventing the right to refuge, and practices of collective expulsion of migrants and refugees. The conference as a whole insisted that these responsibility-sharing concerns require adequate international support for frontline countries to enable them to host significant refugee populations and to offer durable solutions, whether there or elsewhere. Delegates highlighted that countries that provide weapons to or intervene in conflicts that have particular responsibilities to stop fueling conflicts, engage in and or support negotiated peaceful solutions, and to provide support for the victims of those conflicts. Managing borders and preventing trafficking and smuggling were raised as particular concerns by some participants. A clear call emerged to enhance international cooperation on law enforcement and, in particular, prevention, protection, and prosecution to combat trafficking and organized crime, often behind human trafficking. Points were also raised that the best prevention of trafficking and smuggling is to provide options for regular mobility, to reduce the market for services to cross restricted borders to access labor demand, and universal access to protection and enforcement of human rights, and at work to reduce incentives to attract more exploitable, undocumented migrants. Facilitating within regional spaces, such as is the case in the EU, ECOWAS, EAC, and other regional economic communities. Turkey's agreement for facilitating mobility with neighboring countries with Turkic populations was also noted. Among others, for successful approaches. Participants agreed that all of the above must be done simultaneously. There are no quick fix solutions. Experience of Turkey. A session of the conference focused on the extensive experience of Turkey and many countries taken by the government and other stakeholders to provide support for, and in many cases, facilitate integration of refugees in employment and society. Turkey's experience, increasingly as a destination country for migration for employment, was also highlighted. Inclusion, economic development, and social cohesion. Inclusion of refugees and migrants in their cities and countries of residence, their contributions to development and economic social welfare, and their social cohesion deriving from good governance were highlighted by delegates as key concerns of the GCM and also in the GCR. Issues noted to be attended to include access to services, health, specific attention to children, gender-responsive approaches for all migrant and refugee women and girls, labor market, employment, integration, and decent work, needs for skills assessments, recognition of qualifications, training, inclusion, anti-discrimination, equality of treatment imperatives for social cohesion, specific efforts to combat xenophobia and violence against migrants and refugees. Conclusions. Own initiative parliamentary action on refugee protection and assistance on governing migration is imperative in every country. On adoption and domestication of standards, national legislative frameworks for migration, human rights, refugee protection, economic sustainability, social cohesion, stronger collective international, bilateral, and national action, cooperation in regulating migration, borders, and enhancing regular pathways, and freer movement, particularly within regional communities of countries. There is an imperative now for further international parliamentary dialogue and cooperation on addressing causes of forced migration, regulating international migration, further implementing recommendations in the Global Compact, and realizing the Sustainable Development Agenda. Participants concluded with an enthusiastic round of appreciation for the excellent hosting by Turkey and the superb organization by the Grand National Assembly of Turkey and the International Parliamentary Union. Appreciation was also expressed to the interpreters and to the personnel of the Hilton Bomoti on the superb support. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Owusu, for your speech. Distinguished guests, please share my honor of inviting His Excellency Professor Mustafa Şentop, Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, to deliver his closing remarks.
Saygıdeğer
Distinguished speakers of the Parliament, deputy speakers, valuable parliamentarians, valuable guests, I'm very pleased with the successful completion of the Global Parliamentary Conference on Migration organized by the Grand National Assembly of Turkey in partnership with the Interparliamentary Union. During the conference, we tried to find an answer to the question of parliaments and the global compacts on migration and refugees, how to bring about stronger international cooperation and national implementation. In our meetings, we discussed very important issues such as responsibility and fair burden sharing on migration, current situation of migrants, combating transnational crimes caused by irregular migration, and creating a permanent solution to forced migration that concern today's international global compacts and the public. In the sessions that we held, while revealing the interconnectedness of all these issues, we also exchanged ideas on the steps that we can take together to solve all those intricate problems. While we were trying to deal with migration in all its dimensions with different panels, we had the opportunity to comprehensively discuss the prominent challenges in this field and the responsibilities that are incumbent upon us parliamentarians in this context. We have once again emphasized our strong will to develop joint solutions to issues that deeply affect the whole world. We also drew attention to the importance of addressing these multidimensional and complex problems, which are difficult for countries to solve alone on a regional and global scale. We emphasize the importance of fair burden sharing on migration and refugees. Valuable guests, it is completely wrong and deceptive to think that solidarity is achieved by watching what is happening from afar and only by putting in some funds. By accepting refugees to your countries duly and fairly within the framework of determined international law and rules, only after then solidarity will be achieved. In this way, it is necessary to alleviate the heavy migration burden on certain countries, especially our country, Turkey, and we should make sure fair burden sharing. The burden sharing shouldn't be limited to financial aids only. Within this context, it is essential to increase the annual resettlement rates, which are determined by each country according to their national strategy, but which are very small compared to the global refugee population. Valuable guests, determining the framework for regular migration also plays a decisive role in the fight against irregular migration. The Global Compact on Migration, adopted in 2018, constitutes an important roadmap for us in this sense. As we discussed in our first panel, it is extremely important to expand the scope of implementation of the aforesaid agreement. Another important element in the fight against irregular migration is the strengthening of the border security. In this sense, our country, which is under serious migration pressure, has made and continues to make significant investments on its eastern border in recent years. Naturally, while ensuring border security in the fight against irregular migration, violations of migrants' rights should also be prevented, and if necessary, supervisory mechanisms should be implemented in this context. Likewise, it is vital to emphasize the fight against migrant smuggling and trafficking in humans and to strengthen international cooperation for these organized crimes. Other issues that need to be emphasized are the integration of migrants and refugees into the society in the countries they live in and the equal enjoyment of basic rights such as education and health. Without a doubt, our country, which has hosted the largest number of refugees in the world for 80 years, has gained serious experience in the field of combating irregular migration and is a reference in terms of how the migration problem should be handled, has once again demonstrated that Turkey is always open to sharing experience in this field. Distinguished guests, unfortunately, while the issue of migration and refugees should be a common issue of humanity, many states continue to ignore this issue or commit inhuman practices, especially with the pushbacks that we have witnessed recently. Equality and non-discrimination remain on paper. Prejudices, xenophobia, and double standards are revealed as built-in codes in our minds, unfortunately. So in this sense, it is extremely important that we raise our voice against these inhumane practices against migrants, and we should fight together, and we should raise awareness at this very point. It is also an important obligation for all of us to prevent discrimination as a result of racism, xenophobia, anti-migration, and Islamophobia by all legal means. Especially pushback incidents that we have faced in recent years, unfortunately, have become a common practice in Europe. Certain countries have made these countries of origin uninhabitable by intervening in them, completely exploiting their resources, plundering their homelands, and also destroying all their infrastructure and superstructure. Today, these countries are the most important cause of tragedy for those people who left their places and homelands and crossed the borders by risking their lives and facing danger and fell on their way of migration. Today, these countries are trying to put the burden of migration and responsibilities on the shoulders of surrounding countries instead of taking responsibility. This is not legal, this is not sustainable, and this is not moral. There is no world where certain countries have responsibilities and certain countries have benefits. There is no such world anymore. As all countries have interests and responsibilities, they also have duties that they should undertake. So this is a reality which is dictating itself to be accepted. Valuable guests, with this conference, I hope that the issue of migration will be taken into consideration, and hopefully this conference will enable us to take more concrete steps. With these feelings and thoughts, I hope that our conference will contribute to the welfare and stability of our world and to our countries and to our people to continue their lives in health, peace, and tranquility. I am very pleased to host you in Istanbul. I would like to reiterate it once again. I am grateful to the participating delegations and the panelists for their valuable contributions and sincere cooperation during our conference. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to the Interparliamentary Union with which we held the conference together. I would like to express my gratitude to all the countries and all international organizations and the parliamentarians that contributed to this conference. I also would like to thank my colleagues and all the Turkish institutions which contributed remarkably for the preparation of this conference. Hopefully, similar events will enable us to focus on the issue of migration. I hope that when you go back to your homelands, you will extend our gratitude and greetings back to your homelands. I hope that the talks we have held here will inspire new ideas that will create solutions, and we would like to meet with you in our next meeting. I greet you all with love and respect.
Thank you, Professor Shantop, for your speech. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, we have come to the end of our conference. Thank you for your kind attention.